Chapter 1555. Chun Jianlong and the remaining experts of the Chen family felt their hearts bleed, but they didn't dare to say anything. This ugly ghost could make a move at the slightest disagreement. If it was just a simple move, it would be fine if they lost their lives. However, he opened his mouth and kept talking about tricks. If someone really did something to him, it would be a fate worse than death. Tribulation, sword master. Xiao Chenyu turned his head, looked deeply at Chu Yang, and said, "This 3 stars divine clan is your helper? Your trump card?" Chu Yang said calmly, "Does Elder Xiao think that the 3 stars divine clan is my ally? Do I have such a powerful trump card?" Xiao Chenyu sneered, "I'm afraid you don't have that ability." Chu Yang sneered, "Then why are you still asking? Has your head been kicked by a donkey?" Xiao Chenyu snorted and left. He shouted from afar, "Tribulation, sword master! Let's settle old scores in the future." Chu Yang sneered but didn't say anything else. The current Xiao Chenyu was filled with anger and was not to be trifled with. If he was really angered and a battle broke out, it wouldn't be easy to handle. In the blink of an eye, the people of the Allied forces had already disappeared without a trace. "Elder Xiao, we're leaving just like that?" Chen Jianlong asked, obviously unwilling to give up. "Not leaving? Stay and fight to the death? Bring everyone here. If you have the courage, you can stay and fight." Xiao Chenyu looked at him coldly. Chun Jianlong was speechless. Gu Yigu's astonishing strength previously had left him with lingering fear. Even now he was still in shock. "After we go back, tell the world the news of the reappearance of the 3 stars divine clan. In addition, we have to focus on the news of Tribulation, sword master, and Tribulation to the big families and law enforcers." Xiao Chenyu said calmly, "If we all die here, who will deliver the news?" "Diwu Qingru." "Idiot. Calling you an idiot is insulting an idiot. Diwu Qingru has already gathered his people and returned to the south. He's taking advantage of the chaos to establish the Diwu clan. The more chaotic the situation is, the more advantageous it is for him. Why would he spread this news for us?" Xiao Chenyu sighed. He could vaguely feel that the 8 super clans had joined forces to wipe out the Li clan this time. On the surface, it seemed like they had succeeded. After all, from the elder ancestor Li Chunbo down, all the main experts of the Li clan had died an unnatural death. The vast majority of them had died by self-detonation, their spirits destroyed, never to be reincarnated. But in reality it seemed to be a huge loss. Tribulation had already begun to take shape. Wu Jueqing's position had changed from ambiguous to clear. The Moon Breeze experts were now in Chu Yang's clan, and now the 3 stars divine clan had also come out of seclusion because of this matter. They had occupied a place on the continent, and the Diwu clan had also seized the opportunity to rise. Moreover, the situation would be even worse if those 2 old fellows, Ning Tianya and Buluqing, were to reappear. This continent had fallen into an abnormally chaotic situation, and this great chaos was actually caused by this encirclement and suppression. It's too chaotic. It's too chaotic. After thinking for a long time, Xiao Chenyu still couldn't think of any clues. Instead, he felt as if his brain had turned into paste and was no longer listening to his commands. He couldn't help but look up to the sky and let out a long sigh. He really wasn't the material to think about these things. If only Diwu Qingro was still here. "Old Xiao, the Tianding Grand Meeting is about to begin." Chun Jianlong said, "Tianding Grand Meeting?" Xiao Chenyu frowned. Then he said, "This time may be an opportunity." "Everyone gather." Tan Tan shouted from the sky. The women and children of the Li clan looked at this great demon king who had suddenly appeared with some fear. Was this demon king of the 3 stars divine clan going to rule the Northwest? He was an existence that even Xiao Chenyu had to retreat from. According to the elder ancestor, Xiao Chenyu's strength was even above the elder ancestors. So, How strong was this great demon king? Could it be that they had just escaped from the tiger's den and entered the wolf's den? The women and children of the Li clan subconsciously rushed toward Chu Yang, Mo Tianji, and the others. At least there were a few familiar faces here, or they could rely on them. Anyway, it was more important to stay away from that ugly guy. Chu Yang sighed and said, "Everyone, don't worry. He won't hurt you." Even with Chu Yang's persuasion, the people of the Li clan still instinctively felt a heartfelt fear toward Tan Tan and the others. Everyone, you can rest assured. The Three Stars Divine Clan is also human. Tan Tan tilted his head and shouted loudly, "Today, I solemnly promise you one thing, Li clan. Your surname will always be Li. You can still live here. We won't use our power to bully you, and we won't persecute you. You can still do what you did in the past. Our existence is to provide you with protection. Of course, this protection isn't free. In return, you need to provide us with some labor in exchange for some necessary survival resources. I believe you can understand this. With the character of the Li clan, you won't want others' charity, right? As for the younger generation of the Li clan, if they have good aptitude, they can also come here to be selected and learn high-level martial arts. If they succeed in their martial arts in the future, it's not impossible for them to go out and find your enemies to take revenge. At that time, they will take revenge on the Li clan and even shock the world. These are all things that can be realized." Tan Tan said, "But it's still too early to say these things. At present, we must first trust each other and live in harmony. Now we have a lot of time. You can first deal with the clan's affairs and discuss the follow-up. Ensuring the safety of the living and the rest of the dead is the most important thing right now." At this point, although this great demon king's words were somewhat incoherent, the people of the Li clan still felt relieved. It seemed that at least their lives were saved. Those children wouldn't be in danger for the time being. Just this point alone was already much better than before. Everyone in the Li clan called out to their friends. It was almost a mess. Those women rushed to their children like crazy. For a moment, the cries of those who had survived a disaster sounded one after another. Each of the women had tears streaming down their faces. They hugged their children tightly, crying tears of joy. The 120,000 Li clan disciples with low cultivation also knelt down at the same time. They kowtowed deeply toward the place where the battle had just happened. "The heroic souls of the Li clan rest in peace here. Please rest in peace. One day, we will personally take revenge for this blood feud." Li clan members continuously came over to thank Chu Yang and Mo Tianji. The enemy had already retreated. From Chu Yang's attitude toward the Three Stars Divine Clan and Wu Jiueching, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this group of people were probably reinforcements invited by the Tribulation Swordmaster. Although they came a little late, they still saved the entire Li clan, especially the juniors. Chu Yang and Mo Tianji dealt with them for a long time before they finally handed over the follow-up matters to Xia Danqiong and Ao Xun. He, Mo Tianji, Tan Tan, and the others entered a courtyard of the Li clan. When it came to dealing with such matters, Ao Xun and Xia Danqiong were both experts. Of course, the two of them also selected some elders of the Three Stars Divine Clan to help. There was also a portion of the Three Stars Divine Clan who immediately set off. They returned to the clan's original home and prepared to handle the migration of the entire clan here. After all, moving from the northeast to the northwest was a joyous occasion for the Three Stars Divine Clan. Although this place was also a land of ice and snow and the environment wasn't very good, it was still a place where people could live. As long as it was a place where people could live, it was 1,000 times better than their original residence. This courtyard was Li Xiongtu's original residence. When everyone entered, Meng Huanhuan came out to welcome them. Everyone was shocked. This bright-eyed and white-toothed girl had a shiny steel saber on her neck. She held the saber hilt in her hand and secretly peeked her head out. Obviously, if she discovered that the people who came weren't from the Li clan, She was prepared to kill herself immediately to avoid being humiliated. When she confirmed that it was Emo Tianji and the others, she finally relaxed. With a clang, the steel saber fell to the ground. Then she rushed over to Emo Tianji and asked with some apprehension and doubt, "Emo? Military advisor Emo, where's Xiong-tu? He's there? He must be fine?" As she spoke, tears filled her eyes. She hoped to get a positive answer, but was afraid that bad news would come. Emo Tianji smiled and said, "Don't worry, he's fine. He'll be back in a while." When Meng Huan heard the words, "He's fine," it was the most beautiful sound of nature. Her whole body trembled, and she almost fell to the ground. She tried her best to support herself, but in the end, she sat on the ground weakly and suddenly burst into tears. He's fine, woo-woo!" She suddenly burst into tears of joy and burst into tears. As she cried, the corners of her mouth revealed a happy smile. Everyone understood her feelings, but they didn't know how to comfort her. They could only sigh in unison. Tan muttered, "Sigh, women are so strange." If something happened to him, she would of course cry. But she would cry even more when he's fine. It's fine if she's just crying, but she's crying and laughing at the same time. It's really hard to understand. Before he could finish speaking, Xie Danfeng kicked him fiercely. "Get out of here! I've never seen a fool like you. Why do you care whether she's crying or laughing? It's none of your business. Get out of here, quickly." Then she stepped forward to comfort Meng Huan. Tan stood up as if nothing had happened. He patted his buttocks. Then he saw the disdainful eyes of Emo Tianji and the others. He proudly said, "Did you see that? This is the advantage of being handsome. She's afraid that I'm a womanizer, so she's watching me closely." "Ugh!" Emo Tianji tilted his head. His face was distorted and he almost vomited. Everyone sat down in the hall. Emo Tianji instructed GMO to go and carry the unconscious Li Xiong-tu back. Then he specifically instructed, "It's good that you carry him back. Don't wake him up." Elder Li said that there's a time limit of 3 days, but it's not absolute. Don't be careless. If he wakes up by himself, punch him and knock him out. Otherwise, I'm afraid that something will happen. In short, it's best to be careful. He thought Li Xiong-tu has a bad temper. It would be terrible if he were to wake up and die for his friend. Chapter 1556. GMO agreed, repeatedly. He patted his chest and made a series of promises, then left confidently. Given GMO's current cultivation, not to mention that Li Xiong-tu was currently in a coma, even if Jian was in his normal state, he would definitely not be GMO's match. Everyone took their seats, one by one. They were Chu Yang, Emo Tianji, Tan, Luo Kadi, Gudexing Rue Batong, Emo Qingguo, Chu Lu Emo Lei Dong Wushang, Wu Jueching, Gu Igu Dukyu, and 2 other elders from the 3 Stars Divine Clan, other than Ao Xiun and Xie Danqiong, who were outside making arrangements, and GMO, who went to fight the enemy. All the key figures were gathered here. Why did you take so long? Why didn't you come a little later? Wouldn't it have been easier for you to come after we started fighting with the allied forces of the clans? Chu Yang frowned and questioned Tan. The moment he opened his mouth, his tone was one of condemnation. It even seemed a little condescending and vicious. The elder from the 3 Stars Divine Clan was very displeased with Chu Yang's attitude. He was furious and shouted, "How can you speak like that? Who are you talking to? Do you know who you are talking to? Be more respectful. Don't be fooled by how unruly their divine king was. That was ultimately a family matter and a family matter. It was unacceptable for an outsider to offend them." Tan was furious. He turned and shouted, "How can you speak like that? Who are you talking to? Do you know who you are talking to?" As he spoke, he was about to give him a slap. "Why do we need an outsider like you to interfere in our matters? How can you be so blind? How we speak is our business. Even if we curse, What can you do about it? You keep interrupting for no reason. No matter what your intentions are, it's unacceptable." Endless saliva sprayed all over this elder's face. That elder was tongue-tied at once. He was completely at a loss, completely unaware of where he had offended the Divine King again. Wasn't he speaking up for the Divine King? Gooey Goose sat right next to him. His expression didn't change. The corners of his mouth twitched as he sent a telepathic message to him. "Idiot, this is the senior brother that our Divine King often talks about. Divine King Chu. You idiot, why aren't you shutting your mouth? Just listen. If you dare to make any more noise, or the Divine King will slap your face into a pulp." "Holy King Chu." The elder of the Yu clan suddenly realized and shut his mouth tightly. It was not that they did not know that this was the legendary Holy King Chu. If he knew, would he dare to interrupt? "Ahem, senior brother, please be magnanimous and listen to my explanation. Actually, we didn't come late. We came quite early." Tan Tan rubbed his nose and said he had come, but he had deliberately waited for a while. "Senior martial brother, you had stepped forward and clashed with that old man Shao. We might have to wait a little longer." Chu Yang frowned and sighed deeply. He naturally understood the meaning behind Tan Tan's words. After all, how could he not feel the affection his brother had for him? The 3 Stars Divine Clan had every reason to watch as the Li clan was annihilated from top to bottom if he hadn't stepped forward to stop them. After that, they would come and pick the peaches. At that time, they would directly take over the entire territory of the Li clan. That would be the most ideal outcome for the 3 Stars Divine Clan. To be honest, Chu Yang also agreed. Except for a very limited number of people in the Li clan, the others were really not worth saving. However, it was those limited number of people that made Chu Yang feel a deep sense of pity, especially the ancestor of the Li clan, Li Chuanbua, who made Chu Yang feel a kind of respect from the bottom of his heart. The ancestor of a big clan. He really didn't know if there would be a second person who could give him such a feeling. It was really too much of a pity for such a person to die, just like that. Secondly, there was the situation of the 3 Stars Divine Clan. The current 3 Stars Divine Clan urgently needed a place to establish themselves. If the Li clan still had its power, even if it was only a small part of it, it would still be impossible for the 3 Stars Divine Clan to establish themselves on this land. In that case, there would definitely be a battle between the 2 sides. The one who would lose would definitely be the Li clan, but there would be no possibility of a peaceful ending. When that time really came, the fate of the women and children of the Li clan was destined to be annihilated. I understand what you mean. It's just a pity for the hero, Li Chuanbua. It's really too much of a pity. Chu Yang sighed, somewhat disappointed. How could I not understand that? Tan Tan became solemn, which was rare of him. Therefore, I won't make things difficult for his grandchildren. Also, we will maintain a cooperative attitude toward them. We won't treat them as servants or slaves. To be honest, there are also benefits to keeping them around. After all, there are some necessary survival skills on this continent that we also need to learn from them. If there are any of their grandchildren who are successful, we will also do our best to nurture them. Previously, I promised that the Li clan would retain its independent status. This will never change. Tan Tan said, "Take this as my way of expressing my apology to the hero, Li Chuanbua." He sneered. Although the rest of the people in the Li clan aren't worthy of me doing this at all. Mo Tianji said, "This outcome is already very good. It will definitely exceed the expectations of most people." These words of his were directed at Chu Yang. Chu Yang nodded. Tan Tan could indeed be said to be extremely benevolent by doing this. After all, Tan Tan didn't have any friendship with Li Chuanbua. There was really no need for him to show him any affection. At the end of the day, to be able to do all this, it was all because of Chu Yang's appearance. No matter what Tan Tan did, no matter what method he used, the final result would still be that he would be able to smoothly take over the Northwest. To be able to do this, to the Li clan, this was already an additional benefit. As for saying that this move would exceed the expectations of most people, it wasn't only referring to the Li clan. It also included the other clans and the law enforcement officers. In their minds, with the 3-star divine clan taking over the Northwest, even if the Li clan still existed, they would have to completely depend on the 3-star divine clan for survival. It was also reasonable for them to be reduced to servants or even slaves. To all of you, this battle of the Northwest has already become a thing of the past. However, the key is, what are all of you preparing to do next? After Wu Jueqing finished speaking, he didn't wait for Chu Yang and Mo Tianji to reply. Instead, he took Chu Lu with him and left. Whether the master and disciple went to admire the snowy scenery or to impart their experiences, they ultimately left this place for the time being. What Wu Jueqing wanted to do was to use his identity as a senior to bring the topic back to the right track. After all, at the end of the day, everyone more or less felt a little guilty about the battle of the Li clan. If the Li clan continued to be shameless and despicable, then so be it if everyone used them. If they died, then so be it. But the problem was that the dead Li Chuanbo was so respected. This created a problem of conscience condemnation. This was the tragedy of heroes. They couldn't ignore their conscience. Only when they had a clear conscience could they stand proudly in the world. Whether it was Chu Yang or Mo Tianji, they would more or less have an additional worry about the Li clan. This was irreparable. It could be said to be a dead knot. If this problem continued to be entangled and debated, everyone would be unhappy. Therefore, Wu Jueqing stepped forward and forcefully turned the situation around. As for whether these little fellows would appreciate it or not, it wasn't something that Wu Jueqing had to consider. He didn't care either. It had to be said that having an elder in the family was like having a treasure. It was too useful. Wu Jueqing's words cut off everyone's debate about the Li clan's arrangements. Everyone understood tacitly and simply stopped mentioning this matter. As for the Li clan's arrangements, it became Tan Tan's matter alone, or the 3 stars divine clan's matter. In any case, it had nothing to do with tribulation anymore. What's going to happen next? Chu Yang thought about it carefully and said, Tan Tan, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave for the time being. This is the first time the 3 stars divine clan has walked out of a dangerous place in the past 10,000 years. The clan is huge. It won't do if you don't watch over it personally. Tan Tan scratched his head and said, Wouldn't I be bored to death then? Why don't I hand over full authority here to Gui Gu, and then we brothers go out and explore the martial world? How about that? Gui Gu's face contorted at once. Without you around, who can pacify those old fellows in the clan? Although those old fellows' cultivation isn't as good as mine, each and every one of them takes advantage of their seniority. Apart from Saint Kings, they won't submit to anyone. Dealing with those old fellows isn't a problem that can be solved just by having a bigger fist. Chu Yang, who could keenly tell that Gui Gu was put in a spot, gave him a carefree smile and said, We brothers have plenty of time in the future. If anything goes wrong with the migration of millions of people in your clan, it'll be an earth-shattering matter. That's something that concerns the inheritance of future generations. It won't do if you don't watch over it. Tan Tan bared his teeth in displeasure. Then he helplessly said, Well, wait for me to settle down here. Then I will go and look for you. We brothers rarely meet each other. So, we have to break up right after we meet each other. Don't ever forget, from a certain perspective, the Li clan here is the foundation for the 3 stars divine clan to establish a foothold in the world. You mustn't be careless. It's only convenient for yourself if it's convenient for others, instructed Chu Yang. I've got it. Tan Tan was rather impatient. Why are you even more sissy than a sissy now? Don't you find it annoying to be so wishy-washy? Gui Gu and the other 2 elders, however, exchanged a look, seemingly deep in thought. Initially, they hadn't thought much of the Li clan either. However, Chu Yang's words about establishing a foothold in the world had reminded them of something. The 3 Stars Divine clan hadn't appeared in the last 100,000 years. They were already very unfamiliar with this land a long time ago. Since they had the intention to establish a foothold here, survive, reproduce, and pass down their legacy, then they would have to interact with the locals and build good relations with them. Trade, human relations, customs, and so on. All of these required assistance and guidance from others. Yet, the members of the Divine Clan were completely clueless about all these. It looked like they really had no choice but to rely heavily on the Li clan. No matter what, they were still the local tyrants who had lived here for over 10,000 years. Chapter 1557. Then, it's time for us to take the next step. Chu Yang patted his thigh lightly and said, "We've already exposed our identities in the Battle of the Northwest. It can be imagined that the big clans will definitely see us as thorns and want to get rid of us. From now on, I'm afraid that every step we take will be filled with thorns. It'll be even harder to accomplish anything. So, everyone must be careful. Also, everyone must continue to improve their own strength to deal with unexpected situations." Mo Tianji and the others nodded heavily in agreement. Since we've already exposed our identities, we might as well not keep a low profile anymore. Let loose completely and turn the world upside down. Mo Tianji's words made everyone feel as if their blood was surging. However, Mo Tianji had actually been pondering over these words as he slowly said them word by word. "Yes, that's exactly what I mean." Chu Yang nodded approvingly. "Our next step is to charge out from the northwest, charge back to the southeast, then charge out from the southeast and charge into the Heavenly Pinnacle Grand Assembly. Turn the world upside down. The legend of tribulations has been around for a long time. In our generation, we naturally have to write a new chapter of this legend." Good. Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing were the first to respond. Then Rui Butong and Luo Kadi, the 2 fellows who only wanted to see the world in chaos, raised their hands and feet in agreement. Hey, cough, cough, cough. Wait, a discordant voice suddenly sounded from the side. Who was so annoying to pour cold water on everyone at this time? Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice. It was the handsome Dukyu, who deserved a beating. Dukyu, what unique opinions do you have? Chu Yang clearly knew why Dukyu was looking for him, but he pretended not to know. This was the way things were. How could rushing forward be more comfortable and cheaper than hanging high to buy things? Cough. I'm not trying to pour cold water on everyone. I just think that increasing our strength is the most urgent problem right now. After all, only with profound strength will we have more capital. Dukyu coughed. He said very calmly, "And now I just happen to know a place that can greatly increase everyone's strength. Yes, I can guarantee that as long as we get there, our cultivation will double overnight. Or even more." Dukyu could be considered to have put in a lot of effort. For the sake of the race, he did not hesitate to speak carelessly, bragging as much as he could. However, what he said, combined with the actual situation of the Calamity Sword, was completely reasonable. There was a high possibility that it would appear. But the problem was that Dukyu didn't even know where the 8th fragment of the Calamity Sword was. So he was just spouting nonsense. When he heard that his strength could double or even more in a single night, he was shocked. The eyes of Rui Butong and the others lit up, eager to give it a try. Where? How could there be such a miraculous effect? Ha ha ha. I'm looking forward to it. Motherfucker, it seems that I can't go. Tan Tan said. That's right. Tell me, what kind of place are you talking about? Luo Kadi asked. Is this true? Why do I feel like you're just bragging? Rui Butong said. This guy has always been unreliable. I'd be lost if I listened to him. I don't believe him at all. Dong Wushang said. The one who was sneering was Gu Duxing. Not only did he not believe it, he directly ignored it. Do you really know such a place? The one who was doubtful was Mo Tianji. Of course. Mo Tianji was doubting the location of the 8th fragment of the Calamity Sword. Only that place could double the cultivation of his brothers. Other than that, there might not be any other similar shortcuts. Mo Tianji didn't believe that Duke Yu knew where the 8th fragment of the Calamity Sword was. That was a place that even the great sword master Chu couldn't find. I think it's fine as long as we have enough strength. What's important now is experience and temperament. If we don't have enough strength, we won't be able to handle it. Chu Yang snorted. Little guy, do you think I'll be led by the nose by you? You can't differentiate between master and servant. What a joke, a huge joke. Even if I want to go, I have to pretend that I don't want to go. Only if you beg me and beg me, will I reluctantly agree. This is what it means to be a bitch but still have a chastity. Pretending to be a virtuous woman but still acting so prim and proper. You've been looking forward to it for a long time, but you're still so stubborn. Yes, Big Brother Chu is right. Everyone's strength has just increased, especially Rue Batong. Most of our strength comes from external forces. It's only right that we have to train and stabilize it. Mo Tianji could read Chu Yang's mind. He immediately agreed with Chu Yang's words perfectly. This is what it means to be in cahoots. Gu Duxing rolled his eyes and seemed to have understood something. He said, I think Big Brother and Tianji's words make a lot of sense. I was wondering why I've been acting a little strange recently. No matter how much Rue Batong and Luo Kadi wanted to improve, they could only nod. Both of them found it strange. Why did their brothers, who had always been so passionate about strength, suddenly become so indifferent? What was there to be afraid of if they lacked temperament? They couldn't find a place to improve their cultivation quickly. Duke Yu's face became a little ugly. He said with a twisted face, What do you mean? There's such a good place. I'm kind enough to take you there, but you don't want to go? Is there something wrong with your brains? Or is there something wrong with all of you? Tan rolled his eyes and suddenly said, Old Duke Yu, it's okay. Don't be so discouraged. It's okay if they don't want to go. Don't you still have me? Where do you want to go? I'll go with you. I'll keep you company, okay? At most, I'll put aside everything here and take care of a friend's mood. These words made it seem as if going to the Holy Land for cultivation was something that no one was willing to pay attention to no matter how much Duke Yu begged. Duke Yu flew into a rage. You go? What's the use of you going? You're useless. Tisk tisk. Chu Yang chuckled. Brother Yu, you're wrong. Why do you have to be useful to go? Duke Yu didn't intend to hide anything. He said angrily, You still have the nerve to say that. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you have the Holy Spirit Spring? You only gave me a little bit. That's the holy object of our elf race. I originally thought that there was no hope of reviving my race. So I married Alu. After that, I completely gave up. I didn't even want to come to the upper 3 heavens anymore. But you took out the holy object of the elf race and lured me here. What? Are you thinking of not admitting it now? Chu Yang obviously knew that Duke Yu's goal was the Holy Spirit Spring in his hands. But wasn't his goal also the Tree of Life in Duke Yu's hands? But how could Chu Yang directly say that there was a request for this trump card? If he let Duke Yu know about his trump card, he really didn't know what this guy would do with his tyrannical nature. Even if he forced Chu Yang to work or waited for a good price, or even blackmailed him, these were all Duke Yu's specialties in the upper 3 heavens. But now it seemed that everything was reversed. The situation was like this. Everything was easy to talk about. He was the fish on the chopping block. What else was there to talk about? This situation was simply too ideal. Brother Duke Yu, you're wrong. Chu Yang raised a finger. He said calmly, First, the elf race has disappeared for 100,000 years. It seems to be even older than the 3 stars divine clan. So, let's not talk about this issue for the time being. Duke Yu opened his mouth and was about to speak, but he was stopped by Chu Yang. Second, I don't have the Holy Spirit Spring of the elf race. The source of life of the elf race is the spring of life, the eternal ancient tree, and the heavenly crystal moonlight. Chu Yang said lightly, I do have spring water in my hands, but it's only the Holy Spirit spring. It's not the spring of life. This can be said to be the difference between heaven and earth. It's far from being comparable. Dukyu said angrily, What do you mean by far from being comparable? The Holy Spirit spring is the next step. It's the spring of life. Chu Yang said comfortably, I haven't made any progress yet, have I? A slight difference can lead to a huge difference. Don't you understand? Dukyu was tongue-tied. Besides, what did you say? Another step? Chu Yang said in surprise, The Holy Spirit spring is the next step. It's the spring of life? There's such a thing? Why don't I know about it? Also, how can it be further improved? This question is very troublesome. Chu Yang's surprised expression was really too fake. It was so fake that it couldn't even deceive a baby. Yet he still pretended to ask seriously. Mo Qinggu and Mo Lei, who were around, finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. Rue Butong and Luo Kadi winked at each other, their faces full of satisfaction. Gu Duxing coughed and looked up at the sky. He tried his best to maintain a serious and sharp look. Mo Tianji was gentle and elegant. Only Tan Tan felt that his senior brother's surprised expression this time was very handsome. So he took out a mirror from his bosom and imitated it. Tan Tan fiercely opened his eyes and opened his mouth to make a surprised expression. Then he used this as a contrast to sighed and put the mirror aside. Sigh, I can't learn it no matter how hard I try. Talent, this thing like talent, can't be learned. Duke Yu was infuriated. He gritted his teeth in hatred. Then he sighed and said in a speechless manner, Chu Yang, I beg you, you have to be more professional in your acting. At least, you have to let me know that you don't know. You can't be an idol forever. You should at least have some acting skills. Chu Yang squinted and said, Actually, I've never cared about this matter. Although the spring of life and the Holy Spirit spring are one level apart, I'm not a fairy. The spring of life has no use for me. It's enough that the Holy Spirit spring can replenish my life force. Brother Dukyu, please don't blame me. I really didn't care about it. So acting skills are really meaningless. I solemnly declare that I will always be an idol. Chapter 1558. Pigs are also quite cute. Chu Yang smiled and said, Other than being cute, they can also be eaten and have many uses. Duke Yu was so angry that he wanted to die. He gritted his teeth and said, What conditions do you have? Say it. I'll do my best. You're saying it as if I have some ulterior motives? Chu Yang said, I know what you want, but I can't give it to you. I have great use for this thing. If I give it all to you, what should I do? I can't possibly destroy my own plan for you, right? Duke Yu said, I don't want it all. You're just giving it to me temporarily. I'll give it back to you when I'm done with it. Chu Yang shook his head firmly. Give it to you temporarily? Give it back after you're done with it? How long is this temporary? 1 day, 2 days, 1 year, 2 years, 10,000 years, 20,000 years, or 100,000 years. If I give it to you, it's equivalent to giving my meat bun to a dog. No, no, no. Chu Yang shook his head like a rattledrum. It won't take that long. Why don't you accompany me? That should be fine, right? Duke Yu only felt his temples throbbing. He rubbed his temples with his fingers and said hatefully, It's fine. If I accompany you, wouldn't that mean that I'm helping you? You're really good at scheming. Not only are you calculating my things, but you're also calculating my people? With such scheming, I really don't dare to deal with you. Chu Yang said worriedly, Besides, who knows how much you'll use? If you use it all up, I won't even have a place to cry. There's no medicine for regret in this world. Not to mention that I'm so busy now. The Tianding Grand Assembly is about to start. The situation in the martial world also needs us to create some public opinion to guide it. Chu Yang made excuses. It was obvious that he wasn't willing to help. No matter what you say, I won't agree. What are you going to do about it? Dookie was furious. He couldn't bear it anymore and stood up suddenly. You're fucking pretending. If you keep pretending, I promise you that when we open the City of Elves and restore the Holy Land of Elves, you can take whatever you want. There must be a lot of good things in the remains of our City of Elves. They're all left behind from ancient times. You should be satisfied, right? How about it? Give me a straightforward answer. If you don't agree, I'll turn around and go back to the three heavens. Deal. Chu Yang didn't wait for him to finish speaking. Instead, he agreed in a loud and clear voice. His lazy body straightened up, and he stretched out his hand with a swoosh sound. Let's slap our palms as an oath. No one can go back on their words. Duke, you looked at the white palm that was placed on the tip of his nose and blinked his eyes. For a moment, he was actually unable to react. What was going on? Wasn't Chu Yang very unwilling to go to the border just now? How could he agree so readily? Was there a conspiracy? Duke, you faintly felt that he had fallen into a big trap. But he couldn't think of what kind of trap he had fallen into and what he would lose. He had been eagerly waiting for Chu Yang to agree at first, but he had now become paranoid and didn't dare to make a decision. What do you want? Tell me frankly. Duke, you asked suspiciously. You don't want to go? You're such an indecisive person. Chu Yang felt as if his bones had been taken out of his body. He sat back down lazily. Forget it. Smack. Duke, you made a prompt decision and smacked Chu Yang's palm that hadn't been retracted yet. Dookie shouted, Let's make an oath that we will never go back on our words. It's settled then. This guy was actually going to go back on his words? How could this be? Duke, you made a prompt decision and immediately slapped the table. Chu Yang threatened, that's what you said. But if you don't keep your word, I won't be able to do anything to you. Your cultivation is so high, may the heavens punish me. Duke, you hurriedly interrupted with a face full of smiles. That's good, that's good. When are we leaving? I know that you're very anxious. Chu Yang's face was full of smiles. He had an attitude of thinking for your sake. The other brothers also echoed with smiles on their faces. Everyone felt as if a big stone had been lifted from their hearts. They let out a long sigh of relief. Duke, you felt that something wasn't right. He asked in bewilderment, What do you think? There's no time to lose. The sooner the better. Chu Yang said straightforwardly, We can leave now too. Sweetheart. Duke, you finally confirmed that he had indeed fallen into a trap. He rolled his eyes repeatedly. The most tragic thing was that until now, he still didn't know what he had fallen into. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the 8th fragment of the Tribulation Sword was in the City of Fairies. Even if he didn't beg Chu Yang to bring him there, Chu Yang would also beg him to bring him there. Because, other than Dukyu, this pure-blooded elf, there was no second person in the entire heavens who could find and open the remains of the City of Fairies. Now, not only could Chu Yang get the 8th fragment of the Tribulation Sword as he wished, he could also obtain many unexpected surprises along the way. He could wantonly plunder the remains of the City of Fairies. How could he not be overjoyed and overjoyed? Mo Tianji rolled his eyes. He finally confirmed that this bastard Chu Yang, in terms of treachery and cunning, he was not below him at all. This was originally a place that the brothers couldn't go even if they wanted to. But he actually managed to get such a good offer that was like a pie falling from the sky before they reluctantly agreed. What a weirdo. I'm convinced. Li Xiongtu, who was still in a deep coma, was carried over by GMO and placed on the bed. Just to look at this guy, GMO didn't even participate in the meeting to discuss the next step. One had to admit that Li Chuanbo was indeed a 10,000-year-old monster. If he said that he would be in a coma for 3 days, then he would be in a coma for 3 days. From the looks of it, if there was no external force to wake him up, it would definitely take 3 days for Li Xiongtu to wake up on his own. It was good that he was in a coma. To be honest, everyone frowned at this guy. Most importantly, they didn't know how to tell him the bad news of the Li clan. Everyone knew that this guy had a fiery temper and was as straightforward as a donkey. To put it nicely, he was a straight farmer. To put it bluntly, he was even more stubborn than a donkey. If he really knew the bad news that all the Lee clan members who participated in the battle were sacrificed, everyone died and only he, who didn't participate in the battle, survived, he would probably go. It was precisely because of this that Chu Yang and Mo Tianji placed GMO beside him to watch over him. Meng Huanhuan also rushed over at once. She stayed by Li Xiongtu's side, her face full of worry. It wasn't because Li Xiongtu was in a coma. She was similarly clear about Li Xiongtu's character and personality, and even more so about the possible consequences. What do we do now? We can't keep watching over him, right? Why don't we wake him up now? Mo rubbed his hands, somewhat eager to give it a try. He was rather tired of the mission of guarding a man. Mo, Tianji frowned. Wait a while more. Let me think about it. What else do you need to think about? What are you worried about? If Li Xiongtu can't even take this blow, how can he be worthy of being my enemy for life? Dong Wushang snorted coldly. Although he said so, Dong Wushang still respected Mo Tianji's decision and didn't rashly wake Li Xiongtu up. Mo Tianji's mind stirred. That's right. If he sinks into depravity, just like this, he will indeed be an unworthy piece of trash. External forces have always only been supplementary. Being at ease with one's own heart is the foundation. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Dong Wushang. Speaking of which, the person who understands a person the most is ultimately you, the greatest enemy of his life. I boast that I'm good at scheming, but I often overlook a person's heart. I'm ashamed. Meng Huanhuan suddenly raised her head and focused all her attention and gaze on Dong Wushang. She exclaimed, "You are Dong Wushang." She suddenly recalled that Li Xiongtu had mentioned this person more than once before. The person whom Li Xiongtu considered to be his greatest rival in this lifetime, the person whom he had been chasing after all this time, was called Dong Wushang. Now that she had finally seen him in person, Meng Huanhuan saw that Dong Wushang had a tall and sturdy build. Even if he wasn't using his martial arts, he still looked like a hero who dominated thousands of soldiers and dominated the world. She couldn't help but be moved in her heart. Only such a heroic figure was worthy of being Li Xiongtu's opponent. That's right, I am Dong Wushang. I believe Li Xiongtu must have mentioned me to you? Dong Wushang laughed loudly and said, "If Li Xiongtu really can't take it anymore and breaks down, then I'll kill him with a stroke of my saber and give him a quick death, ending all troubles once and for all." After he finished speaking, amidst Meng Huanhuan's exclamation of surprise, he slapped Li Xiongtu's head cleanly. From his palm, a surge of pure origin energy poured down from the top of Li Xiongtu's head. Li Chuanbua's palm energy had long reached the level of being able to control it at will. The force used to knock Li Xiongtu unconscious was just right and definitely wouldn't really hurt Li Xiongtu. Thus, it was also relatively simple to save him. He only needed to use pure origin energy to stimulate Li Xiongtu's Bai Hui acupoint. The next moment, Li Xiongtu shouted, "Kill!" All of a sudden, he flipped over and jumped up. Everyone tensed up and locked their divine senses onto Li Xiongtu. Dong Wushang was especially nervous. Don't be fooled by his carefree attitude earlier. When it really came down to it, he was still nervous. If Li Xiongtu really became dispirited or committed suicide out of guilt, the one who would feel the most uncomfortable would be Dong Wushang. Li Xiongtu stood there like a javelin, seeing that everyone had gathered around him. There was still some confusion in his expression. Then his gaze slowly slid across everyone's faces. His expression slowly calmed down and became cold and stern. Then he fell silent. Chu Yang said softly, "Li Xiongtu, I believe that you've already guessed some things. Therefore, I won't say any more. Do you understand what I mean?" Li Xiongtu nodded heavily. His voice was more or less hoarse as he said, I understand. Then he lowered his head and asked in a hoarse voice, "They're all dead, right?" Chu Yang nodded and said affirmatively, "Yes, they're all dead." To the current Li Xiongtu, this sentence was a little deliberately added cruel, but Chu Yang still said it. Dong Wushang was right. To men, things had to be faced. There was no use in running away. Li Xiongtu took in a long breath. Raising his head, he asked in a deep voice, "Where's Elder Master Li Chunbua? He's dead too?" Chu Yang said he's gone too. His body and Tao dissipated and he turned into flames. Chapter 1559. Li Xiongtu's body suddenly shook and he fell into a dead silence. After a long time he slowly raised his head, as if his head weighed thousands of kilograms. His eyes shone with an extremely sharp light as he stared at Chu Yang's face. He asked word by word, "Who killed him?" "Who?" "Xiao Qinyu, the first clan master of the Xiao clan." "Xiao Qinyu." Li Xiongtu nodded slowly, as if he had already engraved these 3 words into his heart. He laughed tragically and said, "I will take revenge. I will take revenge for the elder ancestor." Suddenly, he looked up to the sky and roared. Using all his cultivation, he said word by word, "I will take revenge. Xiao Qinyu." The roar spread far and wide, echoing back and forth in the silent sky of the northwest. All the Li clan members who heard it stopped what they were doing. They stood solemnly in the snow and quietly shed tears. Then Li Xiongtu maintained his upright posture and looked at Chu Yang. He said slowly, "What about the women and children of the Li clan? Are they dead too?" "They survived by luck," Chu Yang said, "but the Northwest no longer belongs to the Li clan." Li Xiongtu nodded and said, "I understand. Thank you." Then he said, "Huan Huan, let's go." Meng Huan Huan stood up gracefully. Li Xiongtu took the lead and actually turned to walk out just like that. He had only taken 2 steps when his body suddenly shook. Then he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood with a sound. The blood shot out like an arrow and actually made a small hole in the ground. "Li Xiongtu!" Dong Wushang shouted. Li Xiongtu and Meng Huan Huan stood at the door but didn't turn back. Dong Wushang exuded a violent and domineering aura. The turbulent air roared and rushed toward Li Xiongtu. Dong Wushang said in a low voice, "You are too slow." Li Xiongtu slowly turned back and met Dong Wushang's gaze with an equally sharp and domineering gaze. Dong Wushang's eyes were full of provocation and violence. "Thank you for the reminder," Li Xiongtu said in a low voice. "I will catch up to you. I won't make you wait for long." After that he turned and walked away, but his steps were already as firm as iron. Chu Yang sighed and said, "Li Xiongtu, I don't know when we'll meet again after we part here, but before we part, I want to give your wife a gift. If we meet again in the future, you have to repay me." He raised his hand. A purple jade bottle slowly flew out. Li Xiongtu didn't turn around. He grabbed her hand and replied straightforwardly, "If I can ascend the heavenly palace in the future, I will definitely repay this favor." Without another word, the majestic figure supported Meng Huan Huan and strode out. Obviously, he knew what Chu Yang had given him. The most precious gift that the Tribulation Swordmaster could give was the heavy pill, which was something that only the Tribulation Swordmaster could give. The purpose of giving it to Meng Huan Huan was to raise her aptitude so that she could accompany Li Xiongtu on his path of martial arts and charge straight into the heavenly imperial court. Otherwise, if Meng Huan Huan couldn't charge forward, Li Xiongtu was entangled in love and sin, so he was bound to stay where he was. Indirectly, he had lost the qualifications to reach the peak. Therefore, this was a huge favor. Li Xiongtu also understood Dong Wushang's intentions, but he wouldn't back down. Li Chunbua's death must be avenged. Dong Wushang's challenge. They had to agree. Chu Yang's favor must be repaid. From start to finish, Li Xiongtu didn't even look at Mo Tianji. Watching Li Xiongtu leave, Mo Tianji touched his nose and smiled bitterly. "He hates me. I'm afraid he hates me to the core." How can he not hate you? Chu Yang rolled his eyes. It's fine as long as you know it. Mo Tianji shook his head and laughed. Ah, the things that I do are things that people hate. But you, the master of the Calamity Sword, are different. As the Tribulation Sword Master, you're quite good at winning people over. You're already the good guy. How can I not be the bad guy? There's always someone who's the bad guy, isn't there? Mo Qinggu held Chu Yang's shoulder and smiled. Yes, yes. Chu Yang will only be the good guy in the future. Anyway, second brother will be the bad guy. The two of you are a perfect match. You're not allowed to decline and fulfill second brother's wish. Mo Tianji was so angry that his nose almost went crooked. He glared at her and said, You little girl, you're really not afraid of things getting out of hand. Aren't you afraid that I'll be beaten to death one day because I've offended too many people? Mo Qinggu waved her little fist. Second brother, don't worry. I'll protect you. Chu Yang will also protect you. He'll protect you on my account. Mo Tianji was completely speechless. This little girl was really infuriating. Everyone pack up. We'll leave tomorrow morning to help minister you. Chu Yang stood up and made a decision right away. Mo Tianji was even more speechless. How are these two so compatible? They're both top-notch experts who speak the opposite way. That night, Duke Yu was taking a nap in his bedroom. His hands were behind his head as he thought about things. Chu Yang had appeared silently and had given him a big fright. I say, if you don't give me the seed of the tree of life now, when are you going to give it to me? Do you have any sincerity? Minister, Chu had a hateful look on his face. Why should I? Do I have to give it to you just because you said so? Am I supposed to give it to you? Duke Yu was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. He jumped up and felt extremely pained. It's exactly what you should give it to me. Don't you know that the spring of life needs to be brewed? Chu Yang crossed his legs and said calmly, If you want to recreate the city of fairies, you need to use the spring of life to irrigate it. If you don't give it to me now, let it fuse in advance and let the spring of life take shape. Are you going to wait until we're there to do it? I don't care. I'm just afraid that you can't wait. Are you going to give it to me or not? If you don't give it to me, I'll leave. What kind of world is this? I was kind enough to help you plan it, but why should I? In this world, it's hard to be a good person. Dookie stared for a while and didn't dare to refute. Finally, he reached into his pocket with a pained expression. His hand stopped in his pocket. He raised his head and asked suspiciously, Are you sure? Is that really the case? Chu Yang turned around and left. Bah! What kind of person do you think I am? Are you spouting nonsense? Pretend I didn't say anything. There will be a time when you regret it. Wait, I was wrong. I'll give it to you. The muscles on Duke Yu's face contorted. I'll give it to you. Following his words, a multicolored seed suddenly appeared. An abnormally surging life force suddenly filled the entire room, and it was still rapidly spreading outwards. An indescribable green aura, a natural aura, suddenly appeared. Chu Yang took a breath in enjoyment. It's really good stuff. Duke Yu stared. What's wrong with you? Hurry up and take it. This is something that I've been using my divine soul to nurture. If you can't provide me with enough spring of life, I'll be finished. He hurriedly took it and stuffed it into the tribulation space. Great Sword Master Chu said solemnly, Don't worry. You still don't believe me? Our moral quality is just... Duke Yu rolled his eyes. Believing you is a little difficult. Chu Yang's face darkened. He turned around and left. Only Duke Yu was left in the room, letting out long and short sighs. He's really a vampire. Why didn't I see it back then? The heavens are truly blind. How could they let him get his hands on the Holy Spirit spring? There's no justice in this world. Duke Yu sighed. Chu Yang didn't return to his own room. Instead, he went straight to Mo Qingwu's room. Once the spring of life was formed, it would release a boundless amount of life energy. This was a great benefit. Moreover, This benefit required two people's skin to touch in order to achieve the greatest effect. Chu Yang could only let Mo Qinggu take advantage of it, because Chu Yang really couldn't imagine. If he hugged Mo Tianji or Gu Duxing tightly, what would it be like? Just thinking about it made Minister Chu's scalp tingle. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on the door 3 times. Before Mo Qinggu could respond, the door beside her had already opened by itself with a squeak. Mo Tianji had come out. He closed the door behind him as soon as he came out. He looked at Chu Yang with a vigilant expression on his face. It seemed as if he was looking at a heinous thief. Why are you knocking on Qingwu's door so late at night? Don't you know how to avoid it? Don't you know how to think for Qingwu? Chu Yang said angrily, What does it have to do with you? I'm already like that with Qingwu. Do I still need to avoid it? I came at this time for Qingwu's sake. But you, why aren't you sleeping in the middle of the night? Don't you know how to avoid it? Why aren't you disappearing? I'm Qingwu's elder brother. I'm concerned about my sister. Mo Tianji roared in a low voice. Go back to sleep. Your worried face is really ugly. What are you worried about? Chu Yang frowned and focused his gaze on Mo Tianji's face. Mo Tianji was tongue-tied. He was stunned for a long time and couldn't say a word. The master of calculation and manipulation, who was usually eloquent, was mute now. I understand. I didn't expect your thoughts to be so dirty. You're really vulgar. Minister Chu said in disdain. I look down on you. I didn't expect you to be such a person. Xiao Wu is really lucky that you didn't lead her astray. Mo Tianji's face turned red. Bastard. I can't not guard against a bastard like you. It's Xiao Wu's misfortune to have met you. Chu Yang snorted coldly. You're gauging the heart of a great man with your own mean measure. Mo Tianji fumed. You still dare to call yourself a great man? Bah! He was about to start a torrent of eloquence to scold Chu Yang. At this moment, the door opened again. Mo Qingwu's fluffy hair came out. She was immediately happy. Chu Yang, it's you. What important matter do you have with me? Come in quickly. Second brother, why haven't you left yet? It's already so late. Go back to sleep. You're not allowed to go in. Mo Tianji bared his fangs and brandished his claws. He was going crazy. He was just mocked by Chu Yang, and now he was being chased by his sister. What was this? Was there any justice in this world? Mo Qinggu snorted and pulled Chu Yang into the room. Then she said to her second brother, it's already so late and you're still not sleeping. Other people still need to sleep. Is life really so boring? Go to sleep quickly. With a bang, she closed the door. Seeing Chu Yang's victorious gaze disappear behind the door, Mo Tianji was speechless. Little sister, I'm doing this for your own good. Don't let that bastard get away with it, Sai. Chapter 1560. Even Mo Tianji, the master of calculation and manipulation, was at his wits' end. He waited in a daze for a while. He was at a loss of what to do. Then he finally returned to his room. He tossed and turned restlessly in bed for the entire night. He sighed repeatedly. He couldn't fall asleep. However, he didn't dare to release his divine sense to probe. That would be too despicable. After all, he would torment himself until his eyes turned blue. Bastard. Bastard. He actually entered my sister's room right under my nose. My sister is the one who took the initiative. Mo Tianji felt his heart ache. He growled in a low voice, This is too much. Chu Yang, what's the matter? Mo Qingwu closed the door and asked, Nothing. I just suddenly miss you. I really, really miss you. Chu Yang said affectionately, I want to hug you to sleep tonight. Mo Qingwu blushed and said angrily, Haven't you hugged me before? She actually didn't refuse. Chu Yang smiled and took off his clothes very cleanly. He was about to crawl into the fragrant bed. Go wash your feet first. Mo Qingwu growled, It stinks. I just washed it the day before yesterday. It stinks, Chu Yang said innocently. Under Mo Ching Wu's hateful gaze, she used her fists and legs. Minister Chu was beaten out with a conflicted face. He held the snow, turned it into water, washed his feet, and sighed continuously. Even Chu Yang himself didn't know what was going on. He was already a supreme martial artist and had cleansed his muscles and marrow countless times. Normally, this kind of thing that only the common people had should have left him long ago. His other brothers, including Dong Wushang, who couldn't tolerate the smell of feet in the past, didn't have this problem now. But himself, as long as he took off his shoes after exercising, the whole room would be filled with the smell of salted fish. He couldn't get rid of it no matter what. It's really strange. This doesn't make sense. Normally, it should disappear with a thought. But he couldn't get rid of this problem after 2 generations. It was fine if he stopped at the king level in his previous life, but now he was a supreme martial artist. Did he have to stink all the way to the heavenly imperial court? After rubbing the cold snow for a long time, Chu Yang was finally allowed to enter the room. Mo Ching Wu sniffed and confirmed that there was no longer any smell. Then she snorted in agreement. Chu Yang's heart was filled with warmth. Thinking back to her previous life, she had to be checked every time she went to bed. She couldn't help but smile from the bottom of her heart. Mo Ching-gu asked, "What are you laughing at? Are you thinking of something bad?" Chu Yang held her in his arms and said softly, "How can there be so many bad things to think about? I was just thinking about the past. You also seem to care about this the most, haha." Mo Ching-wu's small face turned red as she said, "But it's really strange. Your feet. Why is he still like this, even after reaching the Supreme Being realm?" Chu Yang rubbed his nose and laughed dryly. "How would I know? The previous generation and the current generation are all like this. I don't know if the next generation will be like this, Junior. You don't have any proper manners. Quickly tell me why you're looking for me." Mo Ching Wu leaned against the bedside. "You come in first. There's something good." Chu Yang patted the half-empty quilt and said with a lewd smile, "Come in first and we'll talk. I really have something good for you." Bah! The color of Mo Ching Wu's face was almost the same as the color of her dress. She pouted coquettishly, "Scoundrel." Just as she reached out to undo a button, she suddenly turned her head with a red face. "You turn your head first." Chu Yang sighed deeply. "Even if you don't turn your head, what's there to look at? You're not even 15 yet. You're like a green bean sprout. You're full of ribs, neither protruding front nor back. There's nothing to look at. You'll look like it in a few years." Mo Ching Wu was furious. She immediately pouted coquettishly. "I'm just like this. If you don't like me, just say it. You can hug someone else to sleep. It'll definitely be comfortable and nice to look at." Chu Yang's mind raced. He knew that he had said the wrong thing and actually told the truth. He hurriedly apologized again and again. But Mo Ching Wu's face was cold and she refused to let go. She was obviously in the right, which made Chu Yang exclaim that this life was not the same as the previous one. Left with no choice, a certain king of hell could only take advantage of his encyclopedic knowledge. He told a few jokes in a row, which made Mo Ching Wu laugh through her tears. It wasn't that the jokes were funny, but that the jokes were really too old, and Minister Chu's serious expression was really scary. Also, the fact that the king of hell was willing to tell jokes showed that he was sincere. But Mo Ching Wu insisted all along, "Hurry up and turn around. You're not allowed to look. You're not allowed to look at all." Chu Yang played all kinds of tricks and used all his magic weapons before he finally achieved his goal. Naturally, he agreed unconditionally. He was forced to turn around. He heard a rustling sound beside him, and then a warm and delicate body crawled under the covers. Chu Yang turned his head and looked at her with rapt attention. He saw that Mo Ching Wu was wearing her underwear and had buried her small head in the pillow. She refused to raise her head, no matter what. "Beauty, hurry up and raise your head. Let me see. If I'm happy, I'll give you something good as a reward. Minister Chu chuckled and made a scoundrel's expression. I don't care about your junk. I won't let you see. Mo Ching Wu lowered her head. Her mouth was very stubborn, but her shy and pink face had already betrayed her. If you don't care, then don't care. You won't let me see your face? Then I won't look at your face. I'll look at other places. There are many places to look. Here, here, and here. Scoundrel Chu's salty hand had already reached out like a poisonous snake. Mo Ching Wu suddenly turned over. Her petite body had already curled up into a ball, resisting with all her might. Her little face had already become a big red cloth. It seemed that even her neck and ears had turned red. You little girl, we're already an old married couple. Why are you still so shy? Chu Yang laughed strangely and hugged her in his arms. Immediately he moaned and said, so smooth, so smooth. How can it be so smooth? Bah! Who's an old married couple with you? Shameless. And Mo Ching Wu bit his shoulder and said hatefully, let go! How could Chu Yang let go? Instead, he pressed closer to her. At this point, there was no distance between them. The two people's bare skins stuck to each other without any space between them. Mo Ching Wu suddenly trembled intensely as if she had received an electric shock. Then, she felt Chu Yang's hand moving down dishonestly. Finally, it stopped at her perky buttocks. Mo Ching Wu tried her best to moan. She wanted to resist, but Chu Yang had already stopped moving. Mo Ching Wu's heart skipped a beat. She finally whispered to beg for mercy. Chu Yang, it's not enough now. I will wait for a few more years. Chu Yang said, don't move. Mo Ching Wu was shy and embarrassed. Her delicate hand stretched out and pinched him fiercely. Her heart was filled with endless apprehension. Could it be that he wants it now? However, a strange change suddenly occurred. Mo Ching Wu suddenly felt an extremely pure life force slowly emanating from Chu Yang's body. Then it gradually diffused and shrouded her entire body in it. At this moment, Mo Ching Wu only felt that her entire body was light and floating. It was as if she had ascended to the immortal realm, as if she was in a dream, as if she was drunk. It was as if he had suddenly escaped from the dirtiest air and entered a bright and beautiful garden in spring, enjoying the most delicious, cleanest, and refreshing taste. Yes, compared to this extremely fresh and natural life force, the air in the space just now was indeed as dirty as a sewer. The difference was like heaven and earth. There was no room for comparison. The next moment, an extremely huge and rich life force rushed directly from Chu Yang's body into her body. And Mo Ching Wu was surprised and didn't know why there was such a change. Then she heard Chu Yang say, "You silly little girl. Do you really think I'm here to play tricks? Just now, when I said that I have something good for you, you didn't want it. Do you want it now? Why don't you quickly calm down and guide this life force into your meridians to improve your physique? What are you waiting for?" Then he patted Mo Ching Wu's small and exquisite head as he said this. Then an extremely cool and mystical power seeped into her body. Mo Ching Wu immediately felt her mind clear up. Then her mind turned at lightning speed. She immediately realized that Chu Yang must have obtained a great opportunity and wanted to share it with her. She didn't dare to be negligent. She restrained all the distracting thoughts in her heart and focused on her dantian. She guided this purest life force into her meridians and slowly circulated it. Gradually, she entered the state of forgetting everything around her. Tribulation space. The seed of the tree of life that he had just obtained entered the Holy Spirit spring. As soon as the seed entered, almost at the same time, the originally calm spring water suddenly changed. It bubbled as if it was boiling. A large amount of thick mist, almost in a solid state, kept coming out. In the blink of an eye, it had completely covered the entire tribulation space. The sword spirit, who was soaking in the soul-quenching spring, woke up with a start. He saw this strange scene at a glance. He couldn't help but open his mouth wide and couldn't close it anymore. The spring water has changed. Is the seed of the tree of life in your hands? The sword spirit's expression was full of excitement and disbelief. Chu Yang's face was full of comfort. Yes, he was naturally greedily absorbing the life force that was being emitted. The 30,000 pores all over his body were about to open up. It seemed that even an immortal wouldn't be as happy as he was now. The transformation of the spring of life is almost equivalent to creating a world. The sword spirit sighed and said, under normal circumstances, when the spring of life is formed, the life aura that it emits due to the transformation will nourish the entire forest within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles around the spring. This is definitely a great waste. However, the life aura is too large and dissipates quickly. Thus, wastage is inevitable. Moreover, we can use this waste to create a suitable environment for the elves. Chapter 1561. There's nothing I can do about it. Please search on Baidu and read the latest chapters of popular novels first. The existence of the tribulation space is a big secret to me, and it's a secret that I can't share with anyone. Since, Duke, you needs the spring of life, and this matter is likely related to the 8th fragment of the tribulation sword, I can't not give it to him. Besides, based on our friendship, I will definitely help him. But it's not convenient for me to let him in, so I can only let the spring of life form here and let everything happen by chance. This can be considered a coincidence of fate and people. The sword spirit nodded. You're right. Although the existence of the tribulation space isn't a big secret, the real function of the tribulation space is a secret that only the tribulation sword master is qualified to know. If an outsider knows about it, the consequences will be unimaginable, regardless of whether the outsider is trustworthy or not. At that time, I will use the spring of life to irrigate the city of elves and activate the moonlight of the celestial crystals to restore the eternal tree. After the eternal tree meets the conditions to awaken, it will secrete a new spring of elves and give Duke Yu an explanation. Chu Yang frowned and said seriously, if that's the case, it'll definitely be much more effective than directly transferring the spring of life to him. If you really give him the formed spring of life, the city of elves won't open, and it'll take at least 10,000 years to restore the eternal ancient tree. The sword spirit chuckled. That's because it's absolutely impossible for Duke Yu to make the spring water pour out from the sky. He can only use the method of placing it on the ground and guiding it. He can't make the spring water pour out from the sky like you do. Chu Yang thought for a while and immediately understood what the sword spirit meant. He couldn't help but smile. That's right. He thought, if this is done well, maybe I can extort Duke Yu again? However, Duke Yu deliberately let me squeeze him dry. He deliberately provided an opportunity. So I definitely won't take the initiative to do it. Chu Yang knew that Duke Yu would definitely not go up to the Heavenly Imperial Court ever, since Duke Yu had brought up the conditions that Chu Yang had asked for. He had already chosen to stay in the Heaven Imperial Court. Chu Yang only had deep blessings for Duke Yu's decision. While talking, the sword spirit frowned and said, how's the change in Mo Qingwu's constitution? You have to be careful. Don't ruin her foundation. Although life energy was a rare good thing in the world, if one ate too much of it, there could be problems. It's the same principle as how ordinary people can't directly take 100-year-old ginseng. Once there's a situation where the body can't take the nourishment, there will be a big problem. It's best to nip it in the bud. Mo Qingwu was right beside Chu Yang right now, but the little girl was practically naked right now. So, why would Chu Yang let the sword spirit out to take a look? Wouldn't that be too much of a bastard? It didn't matter if the sword spirit was a man or not, or even if he wasn't human. He snorted, rolled his eyes, and said, I know what to do. The sword spirit smiled knowingly and said, however, Mo Qingwu has a rare physique in the world. In this heavenly realm, her aptitude is definitely top-notch. Now that there's enough vitality, we can sort out the meridians in her body again. Then, I believe that even in the heavenly imperial court, her aptitude can be considered top-notch. You can imagine how popular she will be if she goes up there. Popular? Chu Yang frowned. What do you mean? Is it hard to understand? Mo Qinggu is very likely to transform into an immortal spiritual body because of your transformation this time. The sword spirit took a breath and said somewhat enviously, looking at the entire heavenly imperial court, there are only a few immortal spiritual bodies that appear in millions of years. How rare do you think it is? For those old monsters who can't find a suitable disciple to inherit their mantle. Once they see it, their eyes will turn red. Maybe they will fight because of it. Actually, you only need to think about Ning Tianya and Bu Lu Qing that day to be able to deduce it. But I can say that if such a situation really happens, the intensity will be at least 10 times, hundreds of times more than that day, or even more exaggerated. This is definitely something that is very likely to happen. Immortal spiritual body. Chu Yang said, "What exactly is an immortal spiritual body? What's so special about it?" The human body is divided into 2 elements and 5 elements. The 2 elements refer to the 2 extremes of heaven and earth, and the 5 elements are metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. An immortal spiritual body can be said to be the best physique in the human body. Coincidentally, Mo Qingwu's natural talent is water. This kind of extraordinary aptitude is very rare. After attaining the status, if one can cultivate with an immortal spiritual body, one can instantly break through to the heavenly rank, and both of them will improve greatly. If the immortal spiritual body is lucky enough to cultivate a powerful technique, it will be 10 times faster than the second-ranked netherworld spiritual body, or even more. So, when the time comes, not only will she be an important target to be taken in as a disciple, she will also be the first target to be proposed to. The sword spirit smiled. By then, I believe that you will have many, 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 many love rivals. Chu Yang didn't say anything. A certain king of hell didn't seem to be too worried about this. He was still very confident in himself. Mine is mine. Who can snatch it away? Are they tired of living? Because as long as the immortal spiritual body grows up safely, it is certain that she will become an emperor-level figure. Who wouldn't want such a foundation or a wife? The sword spirit said almost word by word. For example, master's cultivation. Xue Leihan? He. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. You're saying that Qinggu can reach Xue Leihan's level? The sword spirit was silent for a while. Then he said, Master doesn't have the immortal spiritual body either. Chu Yang said excitedly, You mean that Qinggu's future achievements will be higher than Xue Leihan's? The sword spirit denied. I didn't say that. The sword spirit obviously held his old master in high esteem. Even if he had already agreed with Chu Yang's words, he would definitely not admit it verbally. But Chu Yang was already smiling proudly. He knew the sword spirit for a long time. How could he not know what the sword spirit was thinking? Oh, right, what kind of physique do I have? Chu Yang asked rather complacently, How is it compared to Qinggu? More or less. At least it won't be too far off. The sword spirit's eyebrows twitched twice. The corners of his mouth also twitched a few times. The muscles on his face spasmed. He said, You? There's no comparison. Chu Yang said furiously, No comparison? How can there be no comparison? I've had a lot more fortuitous encounters than Qinggu. I've taken countless heavenly treasures and soaked in the soul-quenching spring every day. I also have countless rare medicines and this inexhaustible variety of miraculous spring water to drink at any time. How can there be no comparison? Is it me and Qinggu who can't be compared? Or is it me and Qinggu who can't be compared? Qinggu only got 1 heavy pill in total. The amount of life energy she got once is much less than mine. Minister Chu was obviously very unconvinced. Actually, you belong to, how should I put it? The sword spirit scratched his head and said in a very human-like manner, "To be honest, if you didn't have these fortuitous encounters, you'd actually have a trash physique, a very trash physique. But after you got it, it's also... Anyway, I don't really understand it. Trash physique? And a very trash physique?" Chu Yang's complexion was as black as the bottom of a pot. "Explain it to me clearly." Mo Ching Wu was born with a pure water attribute physique. Moreover, the Mo clan's cultivation method itself is somewhat soft. Therefore, she didn't go in the wrong direction in building her foundation. Her foundation is extremely good. Later, she had your heavy pill to change her physique. Then, she had the help of the mysterious ice jade paste and the jade snow spirit ginseng. Coincidentally, these two spirit medicines are the purest water attribute. With this foundation, it is equivalent to pushing her to a higher level. Therefore, this foundation has been raised to a whole new level. In addition, Ning Tianye's method of teaching disciples can be said to be top-notch. He chose the most suitable martial arts for women to practice. Women are born with a soft nature. Softness is the water attribute, but she has taken another step forward. She has almost reached her limit. Today, she had a lucky chance to get the nourishment of life energy. Water is the mother of all living things. It nourishes all living things. It's impossible to go any further. In addition, her previous and current lives have always been as soft as water. She is gentle and well-behaved. Moreover, her two lives have overlapped, and she has achieved the so-called repeated water body. It's more than twice as strong as an ordinary water attribute immortal physique. Such a fortuitous encounter has never been seen before. How can you compare with such a heavenly talent? Why should you compare with her? You're just lucky at best, the sword spirit said. Why can't I compare with her? I can't compare with her. My cultivation is far higher than hers. My foundation is also deeper than hers. Chu Yang was still very unconvinced. A sense of crisis had sprouted in his heart. It turns out that Qing Wu is so awesome. If I can't keep up with her in the future, what can your cultivation prove at this moment? Mo Qing Wu has a single attribute, but you have a mixture of attributes. The sword spirit shook his head and exclaimed, "If an ordinary person's body contains 3 attributes, then it's already very unsuitable for cultivation. It belongs to the category of trash attributes. But you have all 5 elements. An ordinary person with all 5 elements is basically a waste. But not only do you have all 5 elements, but you also have 2 elements. You're absolutely the trash of trash." Chu Yang's face darkened. "Say it clearly. How am I the trash of trash?" "Motherfucker, this is really preposterous. With a physique like yours, it has long been recognized that even if you work yourself to death, you'll never be able to reach the heavenly level. There's absolutely no more potential for further development. So, your physique is trash. That's what the ultimate trash." The sword spirit was a little suspicious. He said with uncertainty, "But the 2 elements of heaven and earth, yin and yang, and the 5 elements in your body are unusually balanced. They're balanced to an unbelievable degree. So, I can't tell what's going on. Let's go up and let the Lord take a look. Anyway, in my opinion, you're just that." The sword spirit frowned. He was a little preoccupied. After recovering his memory, he really didn't expect that Chu Yang's physique would be so unexpected. Moreover, he couldn't come to a conclusion at the moment. Moreover, the sword spirit also believed that in the entire Heaven Imperial Court, there might not be many people who could come to a conclusion about Chu Yang's physique. Feeling groggy, he took the medicine and went to sleep first. I'll set a regular update for the midnight request for guaranteed monthly votes. I hope everyone can support it. Chapter 1562. I still don't understand. Shouldn't it be better to be more comprehensive? Chu Yang frowned. What kind of theory is this? Nonsense. For example, Gu Duxing specializes in the sword and Dong Wushang specializes in the saber. Therefore, their progress will be faster than those who practice the saber and sword at the same time, and their power will also be stronger and purer than those people. On the other hand, if a person practices the saber, spear, sword, halberd, hatchet, hook, and trident at the same time, what will happen? The sword spirit said, and your body's situation is like this. When you really break through to a new level, you need to progress in all 7 aspects at the same time. Only when all of them reach a certain level can you advance by 1 level. Just like studying. Others can pass after reading 1 book, but you need to read 7. The sword spirit said, "Do you still think you'll be faster than others?" Chu Yang was stunned. "Huh, is that so?" The sword spirit was also puzzled. "I don't know either. Why is the last tribulation, Sword Master, so strange?" Chu Yang asked carefully, "How many people with a body constitution like mine are there in the Heaven Imperial Court?" According to the records of the Heaven Imperial Court, for millions of years, Mo Qingwu's super genius body constitution has never appeared before. The sword spirit said uncertainly, "Your situation is as rare as Mo Qingwu's. Similarly, it has never appeared before in millions of years. A body constitution like yours that is so trashy that it makes people's hair stand on end has also never appeared before, right? That's more or less it." The sword spirit sighed. Chu Yang's temples were throbbing. He gritted his teeth and said, "But how do you explain that my progress is extremely fast? I'm already at the peak of Supreme Martial Artist, and I'm about to break through to 7th Supreme Martial Artist. In the entire Heaven Imperial Court, who has progressed faster than me in the past 100,000 years?" The sword spirit said disdainfully, "What you said is the truth, but this truth has a premise. You said it yourself that the Heaven Imperial Court has the fastest progress, not the Heaven Imperial Court. When you go up, you'll know where the gap is." Then the sword spirit laughed. "Sword Master, what do you think? Are you disappointed?" Chu Yang snorted and said, "So what if my physique is trashy? I will still rush to the point where everyone will look up to me. Moreover, my physique may not be as bad as you say it is." Chu Yang had said this in a fit of pique, but neither he nor the sword spirit had realized what kind of physique this so-called trash physique that hadn't appeared in millions of years actually was. Since time immemorial, how could it be a small matter? However, this is a story for another time. Creased, right? The sword spirit shook his head. "Not necessarily. It was too hard to say. The truth is right in front of you. Why are you doubting yourself? Do you even believe what you said?" Chu Yang said angrily, "How did I forget myself? Let me ask you, with my current level, what position can I reach in the Heaven Imperial Court?" "Black grade, high grade." The sword spirit said, "Not bad. I'll make do." "What is the exact rank of the Heaven Imperial Court? Tell me clearly." Chu Yang was a man of few words. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Black grade, spirit grade, human grade, earth grade, heaven grade, saint grade, heavenly human grade, saint grade." The sword spirit said, "Master can be said to be at the saint grade now." "What's above that?" Chu Yang asked. "I really don't know if it's above that." The sword spirit said, "But the saints of the Heaven Imperial Court should have reached that unknown level. As for how strong they are, it's already beyond my understanding. So, my current level is only at the bottom of the Heaven Imperial Court. I'll make do." Chu Yang took a breath. He didn't know how to feel, so he said with a bitter smile, "You can't say that you're at the bottom. That's too negative." The sword spirit said, "In the Heaven Imperial Court, I vaguely heard that as long as you reach the black grade, you must enter the Heaven Imperial Court. But I don't know why, but it's different in this Heaven Imperial Court. You're already at the black grade high grade now. When you reach the peak of the supreme grade, which is the spirit grade low grade, you'll be qualified to ascend. I don't know what's going on." The sword spirit frowned. By right, if such a person stays in a world like the Heaven Imperial Court, he can already affect the balance of the world. Chu Yang's mind flashed. He said, "You mean it should be the black grade? Lower grade can enter the Heaven Imperial Court?" "No, it should be the black grade that can ascend." The sword spirit was also puzzled. "In other words, the first grade supreme martial artist that you're talking about can no longer stay in the mortal world. It's beyond the standard of the world." Chu Yang breathed out a long sigh of relief. He was completely dumbfounded. It turned out that in other planes, a first-grade supreme martial artist could collapse the sky and break the void. But in the Heaven Imperial Court, one had to reach the peak of the supreme grade to be qualified to trigger celestial phenomena. Furthermore, it could stay there for tens of thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years. This was more than just breaking the balance. Chu Yang had thought about it before. With the cultivation level of moving mountains and filling seas, two supreme martial artists fighting each other with mountains. Obviously, it shouldn't exist in this world, because such people had the ability to determine the rise and fall of the dynasties in the lower three heavens. They could do it with just one person's strength and absolute martial arts. So Chu Yang thought that it shouldn't be and was very abnormal. But it was just a thought. Now, it had inadvertently confirmed this point. It should be. It shouldn't be. But it had appeared. It really existed. The sword spirit was obviously also troubled by this matter. "Since you got the 7th fragment of the tribulation sword, I've recovered a lot of my memory. But when I think about these things, I still can't figure it out." Chu Yang nodded with a sullen face. Today's chat had obviously touched him a lot. He had already thought of another thing. He murmured, "Could it be this Heaven Imperial Court is different from other places? The supreme place is called the Heaven Imperial Court, but here it's called the Heaven Imperial Court. It's almost the same name." The sword spirit was shocked. He was awakened by Chu Yang's words and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. This continent was actually unique and abnormal. Why? Chu Yang was still in deep thought, but the sword spirit had already faintly formed a guess. It was just that he didn't dare to believe it. Could it be that the abnormality of this continent was because of the tribulation sword master and his tribulation? The two of them were deep in thought for a long, long time. Then Chu Yang suddenly regained his clarity. He found that the spring of life had begun to slowly calm down and finally stopped bubbling. As the spring of life calmed down, the originally dense aura of life in the air also scattered in all directions. It scattered on the purple crystal, scattered on the rare herbs, scattered on the large medicinal field that the sword spirit had painstakingly cultivated. All the plants and herbs with life, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures seemed to have a strange luster at this moment, flashing. At this moment, Chu Yang was no longer in the mood to look at the strange phenomenon in the tribulation space. He immediately regained his consciousness and looked at Emo Qingwu in his arms. He saw Emo Qingwu's fan-like eyelashes gently covering her eyes. Her breathing was light and rhythmic. Her little face was flushed, full of happiness and peace. He didn't know when she had actually fallen into a deep sleep. Her two tender, lotus-like arms were still hugging Chu Yang's arm. It seemed that she could only be so happy and satisfied after having this support. At this moment, Emo Qingwu exuded an astonishing charm from head to toe. She was like a peerless, famous flower with sparkling and translucent dewdrops hanging after the misty drizzle in the early morning. She was so beautiful that one couldn't bear to disturb her. It was as if taking a deep breath would destroy this natural beauty. Chu Yang couldn't help but stare in a daze. He suddenly remembered what the sword spirit had said. After going to the Heavenly Imperial Court, your love rivals will be everywhere. Many, 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 many. He couldn't help but sneer. He thought to himself, even if my love rivals are everywhere, so what? But what do I, Chu Yang, have to fear? Qingwu is mine. She will always be mine. Even heaven and earth can't change this. Would I, King of Hell Chu, be afraid of a mere love rival? A huge amount of vital energy penetrated into Mo Qingwu's meridians. Chu Yang was pleasantly surprised to find that the meridians in Mo Qingwu's body had undergone a huge change again. Everywhere was full of vitality. That kind of extremely pure life force actually formed a perfect cycle in Mo Qingwu's body. All the meridians in her body showed a kind of sparkling luster, as if they were emitting the most brilliant light. Chu Yang heaved a sigh of relief, and a completely relieved smile appeared on his face. It seemed that this little girl had indeed benefited a lot this time. As for himself, Chu Yang opened his inner vision and dismayed to find that his meridians were actually the same as before. One must know that the life energy had come from his own body. The amount of life energy he had obtained this time was far more than what Mo Qingwu had. But there was no change at all. Could it be that his physique was so weak? Chu Yang shook his head and thought to himself, everyone is indeed different. But he immediately threw this matter to the back of his mind. No matter what the sword spirit said, Chu Yang always firmly believed that his constitution was unique. Even if he was extremely useless, as a peerless piece of trash that had never appeared in millions of years, since he appeared this time, he would definitely not be so mediocre. Otherwise, why would the tribulations sword favor me? Chu Yang's confidence had never wavered. The next morning, before the sky brightened, Mo Tianji was pacing back and forth in the courtyard, extremely anxious. By the time Chu Yang and Mo Qingwu went out, Mo Tianji had already paced back and forth 1,000 times. When he turned his head and saw the two coming out, he immediately rushed over. Then he made a sound of surprise and sized up the two of them with uncertainty. The more he looked at them, the more he felt that the two of them were completely different from yesterday. But what exactly was different, he couldn't tell. It seemed that it was a kind of fundamental change. He had a cold. His head didn't hurt, but he was dizzy. His body was hot and cold at the same time. Taking medicine didn't have any effect, so he went for a bottle of water. Strange. Halfway through the drip, he felt relaxed. Chapter 1563. Second brother, what are you looking at so early in the morning? Mo Qingwu blushed, embarrassed by her second brother's stare. Thinking about how she spent the night with Chu Yang last night, she became extremely shy. Although they didn't do anything, she was still thin-skinned and couldn't help but grumble. Mo Tianji took a deep breath. Little sister, you seem different from yesterday, very different. Mo Tianji's concern came from the bottom of his heart, but Mo Qingwu misunderstood. She thought that Mo Tianji's words had a hidden meaning and was mocking her. Instantly, her brows furrowed and her eyes widened. She pursued Mo Tianji relentlessly. She beat him up all the way. The pitiful master of calamity, the master of calculation and manipulation. Mo Tianji's current cultivation was not as good as his younger sister's, so he was beaten to a pulp. This made Chu Yang, who was watching from the side, very happy, especially when he saw that Mo Qingwu had twisted Mo Tianji's ears until they were bright red. Chu Yang took pleasure in Mo Tianji's misfortune and laughed. In the morning, after everyone had breakfast, the brothers bade farewell to the 3 Stars divine clan and prepared to head south to the city of fairies. But when they were looking for Chu Luer, Wan Renjia told them that Wu Jueqing had left this place silently with Chu Luer last night. No one knew where they had gone. Chu Yang could only smile bitterly at Wu Jueqing's sudden departure. The brothers went on their way noisily. No one realized that the moment Mo Tianji knew that Wu Jueqing had left with Chu Luer, bitterness was buried deep in his eyes, but the most depressing thing for Mo Tianji wasn't Chu Luer's sudden departure. It seemed that Chu Luer didn't completely leave without saying goodbye, because in Chu Luer's room she left a farewell note. Big brother, I'm leaving with my master. Take care. I will appear by your side at any time. Remember to think of me every day. Little sister, holding this short farewell note in his hand, Chu Yang only had a faint smile on his face. but his heart was filled with endless warmth. Mo Tianji stuck his head out and looked around. He looked like he wanted to ask something, but didn't dare to. His usual wisdom and wisdom were all thrown out of the window. Seeing this, Chu Yang was secretly happy. He pretended to be indifferent and said, "It's a letter from Lu Er." A trace of sincere desire flashed in the depths of Mo Tianji's eyes. He also pretended to be indifferent and said casually, "Is it a farewell letter?" Chu Yang nodded but didn't say anything. Mo Tianji didn't pursue the matter. He only said, "We should also be on our way." Seeing through Chu Yang's feigned indifference, Mo Tianji regained his usual wisdom and calmness. He had already concluded that the letter did not mention him, because if it did, Chu Yang would definitely say it. A certain king of hell would never let go of such a good opportunity to mock himself. Since Chu Yang didn't mention it, then Chu Lu definitely didn't mention her in the letter. This was a fact that could be easily deduced and could not be explained with words. Wan Renjie and the other two also bade farewell to Chu Yang in a timely manner. Knowing that Interrogation Officer 1 and the others had all gone to the southeast, they naturally wanted to reconcile with Interrogation Officer 1. The operation on Chu Yang's side was not something outsiders could interfere with, although they could no longer be considered outsiders. However, they were still not qualified to be involved in these core secret activities. Most importantly, their own strength was still relatively low, and it was difficult for them to be of help. It was better to go to the southeast. The three of us aren't strong enough right now, and it's difficult for us to be of help. Let's go to the southeast first. When the Chen clan is destroyed one day, no matter what, we will take action. However, the three of them had never forgotten the blood feud with Wei Wuyan. After leaving such a sentence, they disguised themselves and headed to the southeast. The three of them were all experienced martial artists. Going to the southeast stealthily, there was no need to worry about their safety. "I will definitely go and find you." Amidst Tan Tan's loud shout, which was almost like an oath, Chu Yang and the rest of the group of 12 left the northwest like arrows. On the vast plain, they headed to the south like lightning. When they passed by the battlefield, the 12 of them stopped for a moment. In just a short night, this place was once again covered in white snow. It had completely recovered the appearance it had before the great battle. The endless scorching sun and scorching heat from the day before had completely disappeared. The boundless wind and snow had already buried all traces of the battle. Everyone looked at this spotless snowfield in a trance. It was as if the screams of thousands of people were ringing in their ears again, and Li Chuanbue's indifferent but tired voice was ringing in their ears again. It was as if they could see the tragic heroic deeds of the Li clan's brothers dying together. Sighing softly, everyone bent down at the same time and bowed towards this battlefield in unison. Farewell, Northwest Land, land of wind and snow. The next moment, the 12 of them disappeared at the end of the world like wisps of green smoke in the blink of an eye. The great battle of the Northwest had ended, but the storm didn't stop. During this period of time, great waves were set off in the martial world again, and the momentum of this wave was even greater than before. The first matter was, of course, the matter of the true body of the Tribulation Sword Master finally appearing in the world. The identity of the Tribulation Sword Master was finally completely exposed, and it was the Tribulation Sword Master who took the initiative to reveal it. This matter caused an uproar in the martial world. The source of the Li clan's annihilation was largely because the Li clan had taken in Li Xiongtu, and Li Xiongtu was one of the tribulations acknowledged by the upper echelons of the clans. With Li Xiongtu in the Li clan, it was equivalent to confirming that the Li clan would not be annihilated and would even prosper for another 10,000 years. This was why the allied forces of the clans joined forces to annihilate the Li clan. In the end, it was still due to the legend of the tribulation that appeared once every 10,000 years. At this moment, the Tribulation Sword Master Chu Yang had appeared out of nowhere in a high-profile manner. bringing along his tribulation brothers to show off their might in the northwest and exchanging blows with the 8 superclans. This matter naturally became the most shocking matter at present. Following the emergence of this matter, many people also started to speculate and question some things in their hearts. Back then, the Dharma Supreme had said that Chu Yang was an extraterrestrial demon and had called upon the whole world to encircle and annihilate him. But now, Chu Yang had transformed into the Tribulation Sword Master of this generation. How could the Tribulation Sword Master be an extraterrestrial demon? It was completely the opposite of what they were. Was the Dharma Supreme mistaken in this? Or was there some other inside story? Slowly, this kind of rumor slowly spread. Many people were already suspecting the Dharma Supreme's intentions. For the first time in so many tens of thousands of years, the Dharma Supreme's prestige was being questioned. And this doubt was uncontrollable and was growing bigger and bigger. As for the second major matter that shook the martial world, it was naturally the 3 stars divine clan that had been silent for hundreds of thousands of years reappearing in the martial world. And the moment they reappeared, it was already confirmed that they were dominating the Northwest, and even forced the allied forces of the 8 super clans and law enforcement officers to retreat with just a few words. There were even rumors that the 3 stars divine clan was extremely arrogant. It was as if they had the intention of ruling over the whole of the upper 3 heavens. As for the third major matter, it was that the Li clan, which was also a super clan and had been entrenched in the Northwest for 10,000 years, was officially annihilated after the Lan clan. The first generation ancestor of the Li clan, Li Chuanbo, was also not spared. His spirit was destroyed. He no longer existed in this world. This was the second super clan to be annihilated among the super clans. The chaos of the martial world had already begun, and a new round of reshuffling was slowly unfolding. The whole martial world was filled with fear and trepidation. On the day after Chu Yang and the others left the Northwest, they received another shocking piece of news. This sudden news made Mo Tianji, who had always been calm, stumble and fall when he heard this piece of news. There was no other reason. This news was simply too shocking, so shocking that it was hard to believe. Chu Yang and the others' reactions were no better than Mo Tianji's. Some were tongue-tied, some were dumbfounded, some were at a loss, and there were all kinds of strange reactions. The content of this news was actually very simple. The Sher clan among the super clans. No more. No more? What did this mean? The meaning was very simple. The Sher clan was completely annihilated and completely disappeared from the upper 3 heavens. But this simple fact made the whole martial world unable to believe it. This news made the whole martial world boil once again. They were boiling with excitement. Who was the Sher clan? It was one of the super clans, one of the top clans in the upper 3 heavens. The Li clan was located in the Northwest. It had always been known as the Northwest, and the closest to the Li clan was the Sher clan, located in the Northwest towards the Southwest. Therefore, after the battle to annihilate the Li clan, the first to arrive was naturally the Sher clan. However, when the Sher clan members returned to their own base camp, they were surprised to find that their clan had already become a ghost town. There was not a single living person left. Not to mention living people. There was not even the slightest sign of life. It was as if they had been exterminated from the outside to the inside. Not even chickens and dogs were spared, because not only humans, even cats and dogs, all life had disappeared. This unexpected and terrifying phenomenon caused the hundreds of Sher clan experts who had just returned to collapse. They had set off with great ambition, intending to annihilate other clans. In terms of the result of this trip, the Li clan could be considered to have been annihilated. Although the women and children of the Li clan were still alive, the Li clan of the past no longer existed in this world. This was still a victory worth celebrating. They returned to their home with the threat of victory, only to see such an unexpected scene. It seemed that their own clan was the one that was truly annihilated. In terms of the total population of the Sher clan, it was slightly higher than the Li clan, with a total of more than 400,000 people. However, there was not a single survivor. The entire sky above the Sher clan's territory was shrouded in dark clouds, and the atmosphere was dead. Everyone who was confirmed dead had a thick layer of black air on their faces. What did this mean? What was going on? Everyone searched crazily, looking for the murderer, looking for clues, hoping to find a lucky survivor. But in the end, they found that there was really no one alive in the entire clan, except for the first-generation ancestor, Sher Ho, who was missing. No one else was alive. They were not even missing. They were all dead here. Unexpected annihilation, mysterious annihilation, strange annihilation. Annihilation without any clues. There was no clue at all. Who was the murderer? Chapter 1564. The only thing that could be confirmed was that the annihilation of the Sher clan happened recently because there were no signs of decomposition. From this point, the annihilation of the Sher clan could actually have happened before the annihilation of the Li clan. This could be said to be a great irony. The people of the Sher clan were devastated, desperate, and crazy about the annihilation of the clan. Finally, there were still a few calm people who spread this shocking news at the first moment. The annihilation of the Sher clan. Was this news just for the Sher clan, or did it affect other people? Was the murderer purely targeting the Sher clan, or did he have other motives? In short, it was important to spread the news to the world as soon as possible. When Chu Yang and the others received this shocking news, they had actually just left the Northwest Territory and arrived at a small town. Everyone was traveling at full speed. Their cultivations were profound, and they weren't very tired. But they still needed to fill their stomachs. Everyone was looking for a restaurant to eat and offer sacrifices to their internal organs. But they heard a lot of discussions. Mo Tianji's luck was really bad. He had accidentally stepped on a rock, and he had been so startled by this news that he hadn't been able to hold his breath. So he had fallen flat on his face. This was the only time in his life that Mo Tianji had lost face in front of others. It was unprecedented and would never happen again. Those who were lucky enough to see it could be said to be a feast for the eyes. In fact, ever since they left the Northwest Territory, Chu Yang realized that Mo Tianji would be distracted from time to time. He was really very different from his usual wise and steady self. However, he had never imagined that this guy would actually fall to such an extent. So, he hastily went forward to help him up. Mo Tianji's face turned red. This fall was like pouring water from 5 lakes and 4 seas. It would be difficult to wash away the shame on his face. Tianji, what's wrong with you? Chu Yang was really puzzled. Although this news was undoubtedly shocking, it wasn't enough to shock Mo Tianji to such an extent. Nothing. I was thinking about something just now and got distracted. It's really nothing. Don't worry. Mo Tianji's handsome face flushed red. He laughed dryly and tried to cover it up. Mo Qing Wu looked at her second brother strangely and frowned. Speaking of Mo Tianji, she understood him. Mo Qing Wu, who had regained the memories of 2 lives, couldn't think of anyone else. Even Chu Yang couldn't compare to him. Today's Mo Tianji was a little too abnormal. He actually gave off the feeling of a young lad who didn't know the ways of the world. Mo Tianji, are you in heat? The legendary strategist of tribulation is actually in heat. How rare! GMO and Luo Kadi seized the opportunity and laughed wildly. Get the hell out of here! Mo Tianji's face turned red as he angrily scolded. He then went upstairs. The annihilation of the Sher family was such a big matter that everyone needed to know immediately. And this restaurant was a place where good people mixed with bad people. It was the best place to gather information. Everyone was anxious, so they didn't bother to be picky. They simply found a big table in the hall. More than a dozen people were already seated at this table. Chu Yang waved his hand, and Second Master Ji walked over in high spirits. He slapped the table heavily. This table of people looked like they were all Jianghu people, but they were not willing to be outdone. They shouted angrily, "What are you doing? Are you looking for trouble?" GMO snorted and slapped 10 purple crystals on the table. Then, another 10 purple crystals. Then, another 10 purple crystals. Then, another 10 purple crystals. The people at the table stopped talking. Everyone was breathing heavily. They looked at the purple crystals in front of them. These were all purple crystals. Treasures. It wasn't that they hadn't seen them before, but they really hadn't seen so many at once. If it were me, such a big pile appeared all of a sudden. It was really a little shocking. Second Master G slapped out a total of 100 purple crystals. He pointed at the table and said, "I don't want to look for trouble. I just want a straightforward answer. As long as you give this table to us, these 100 purple crystals are yours." Straightforward. As he said that, he seemed to have accidentally crushed a purple crystal. He exclaimed, "Oh no, my strength seems to have increased again. I accidentally crushed a purple crystal. There are only 10 left. You don't have any objections? Hurry up and give me a straightforward answer. How would anyone dare to have any objections? 100 purple crystals. Yes, it was 10 pieces now. Even if it was 10 pieces, it was still a huge fortune. Only a fool wouldn't do it if they gave up a table to them. It was like a pie falling from the sky. Moreover, this guy who was like a nouveau riche was actually a super expert who could even crush purple crystals. Purple crystals had an unusual texture. Moreover, they stored a large amount of the world's spiritual energy inside. So they were almost indestructible before they absorbed all the spiritual energy of the world. At the very least, an ordinary emperor-level expert wouldn't have such an ability. And this rascally-looking youth in front of them actually crushed it with 2 fingers. What did this mean? What level of cultivation did he have to achieve this? Not to mention that he was giving them benefits now. Even if he didn't give them benefits, they would have to obediently do as he said. If they didn't listen to him and occupied the table, then their mother. These people didn't dare to continue thinking. It seemed that the consequences were too frightening. It was a nightmare, a nightmare. Those people quivered and shivered a few times. They hurriedly stood up. They didn't want to accept the purple crystals, but they were afraid that the nouveau riche would misunderstand. Their minds turned at lightning speed, and they diligently cleaned the table until it was spotless. Wiped the chairs as well. "Oh, right, bring a few more chairs over. Don't you have any discerning eyes?" Second Master G ordered arrogantly. This kind of opportunity didn't come often, especially for Second Master G. He was usually the one who moved the chairs, who asked him to be the weakest among the brothers. If he wasn't punished, who would be punished? Those people blushed miserably. They didn't dare to say anything. They left a few people behind to continue wiping the chairs. The others hurriedly moved the chairs over. When there were enough chairs and they were all clean, they ran out as if they had been granted amnesty. "You bunch of cowards. I didn't say that I would drive you away. Why are you running away?" GMO said angrily, "Go sit on the side. Won't it be fine if we eat together? Besides, I still have some things to ask you. If you answer well, you will be heavily rewarded." Those people stared blankly for a moment. Then they hurriedly said, "Yes, yes, yes. We will tell you everything we know." They hurriedly gathered around a small table and sat down. It seemed that this small table could only seat 5 people at most. Now that 10 people sat down at once, it was really crowded. Chu Yang couldn't help but shake his head. His brothers had already taken their seats. Everyone in the restaurant could see that the 12 men and women in front of them were all handsome and well-built. The women had picturesque eyebrows and beautiful faces. They were definitely not ordinary people. Just by looking at the most unattractive nouveau riche, one could tell that they were not ordinary people. Everyone's fear rose early. Even the sound of eating and drinking had been lowered a lot. The sound of talking was almost inaudible. Such people usually had a very strong background. It was difficult to provoke them. Naturally, it was better not to provoke them. I said, "Hurry up and bring all the best dishes and signature dishes of your restaurant to me. Quickly." Second Master G waved his hand. I have plenty of money. If you eat and drink well, you will be heavily rewarded. With countless purple crystals in his wallet, GMO felt that he was a nouveau riche now. Since that was the case, he naturally had to act like a nouveau riche. The surrounding diners looked at Second Master G's behavior and secretly thought to themselves, as expected, this fellow is probably one of the stewards and servants of this group of people. Otherwise, why would he appear so out of place when walking together with those big brothers? That's right, when big brothers go out on a trip, how could they not have a few stewards and servants who are responsible for coming out and interacting with ordinary people? Although this fellow's strength is very astonishing, his behavior has long since exposed his background. He is at most a butler. Look at that behavior. It makes people want to vomit. If he was my butler, I would have long beaten him out. I can't afford to lose face like this. If Second Master G knew that he had already become a butler or servant in the eyes of others, he would probably faint on the spot. Chu Yang sat down and frowned. He stood up and said, Since we're all in the martial world, it's fate that brought us together. Please don't bother about us. Say what you want to say. Eat and drink as you want. Her. Didn't we come to this restaurant to eat and drink happily? Ha. Speaking of which, it's my sudden arrival this morning that has disturbed everyone's mood. How about this? No matter which table this morning, the money for the drinks will be on me. It's my treat. The atmosphere instantly became lively. Thank you very much, sir. This sir is really generous. What a good person! Everyone was secretly surprised. This was the bearing of a real big brother. How could that nouveau riche compare to him? This sir actually used such a butler. It's really a pity for this sir's elegant demeanor. Second Master G shrank back, feeling very displeased. His nouveau riche behavior just now was overshadowed by Chu Yang's even more nouveau riche behavior. Second Master G finally got to show off, but he still didn't get to show off. How depressing. Yet, Chu Yang's behavior attracted a lot of praise. There wasn't the slightest suspicion of being a nouveau riche. Could this be the so-called difference between people? Luo Kadi shook his head. Just now, I heard everyone talking about the destruction of the Shi clan, but I know nothing about this. I'm very curious. The Shi clan is one of the big clans of the upper three heavens. It can be said to be one of the strongest clans in the world. Was it really destroyed? What's the whole story? I don't know which brother can answer my doubts. Chu Yang smiled warmly and gently placed his hand on the table. Immediately, there was a big pile of purple crystals. Although he didn't say it explicitly, the meaning of his words was very obvious. Whoever says it and explains it clearly, these purple crystals will belong to him. This action immediately caused another commotion. I know. Someone stood up. I know too. I know the inside story. Chapter 1565. Chu Yang frowned. He waved his hand, and a bang sound was heard. The guy who had shouted the most exaggeratedly and had said that he was at the scene spun wildly in the air with a mouthful of blood. He flew out of the window while spinning and fell in the street with a plop sound. Then a tragic scream came from outside. Maybe I didn't say it clearly just now. I want to know the truth and don't want to hear lies. After all, my time is also very precious. Yes, novels are faster and better. Chu Yang smiled as if he wasn't the one who had hit the guy just now. Everyone likes purple crystals, but I can take out so many purple crystals to ask about this matter. Firstly, I have them. Secondly, I value this information very much. From the Shi clan to here, even if one has the cultivation of a supreme martial artist, it would take at least 10 days. My palm strike just now was to test him. I thought that he was a hidden expert, but he couldn't even withstand a single blow. This guy is at most a king, but he dares to boast shamelessly in front of me. Sparing his life is already an extrajudicial mercy, a small punishment but a big warning. Just now, I didn't clearly state my rules, but this will not happen again. If there is such a person who speaks without thinking, swindlers, and tries to deceive me again, then he doesn't need to live in this world anymore. Did everyone here hear my words clearly? Now, who still thinks that he knows the whole story of the Shur clan's destruction? Please come forward and answer me." Chu Yang sneered and said coldly. For a moment, everyone in the restaurant was as silent as cicadas in winter. It was true that wealth was tempting, but good things needed to be enjoyed with one's life. If one was blindly greedy, not only would they not get any benefits, but they would also lose their lives. After a moment of silence, a young man stood up and said respectfully, "Sir, what do you want to know?" "Maybe I know a little. I can answer 1 or 2 questions. I will tell you everything I know. Of course, if you think that what I say is useless, you don't have to give me purple crystals." Chu Yang looked at him for a while and said, "If that's the case, please come over and sit down. Tell me slowly." "Thank you." The young man thanked him and walked over. Everyone continued to eat and drink. What I said just now still counts. I'll be the host. Chu Yang cupped his hands and bowed before sitting back down. The originally gloomy atmosphere in the restaurant gradually became lively again. After all, being able to eat and drink without spending money was a bargain. If there was an advantage, even if this place was dangerous, he would take it first. Actually, the truth of the matter is still uncertain, because the news only reached here in the past 2 days. The man said, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Tao Feng. I have a nickname in the Jianghu Inquirer. My sources of information can be considered to have some means. I've summarized all the information I've received and came to some conclusions. They may not be completely true, but I'm confident that they're the most comprehensive information at the moment." Chu Yang nodded and listened to him. All the brothers pricked up their ears, listening to the news of this matter. After all, the Shur clan was one of the big clans in the upper 3 heavens. It was really too bizarre for them to be wiped out so silently. Moreover, the weight of this matter was too great. The annihilation of the Lan clan was due to the deaths of all the important figures in the clan. Their main combat power was no longer present, and they were no longer the strongest aristocratic clan. Thus, their name was removed from the list of aristocratic clans, but their family members were not affected much. There was also the Li clan, which had gone through an intense battle that lasted almost a year. Although all the male members who had great combat power had died, the female members were unharmed. But the Shur clan, in the true sense of the word, was wiped out overnight. Even chickens and dogs were not spared, and all living creatures were exterminated. This was simply an unbelievable matter. It was really too bizarre, too bizarre. Just 2 days ago, there was a sudden news from the Shur clan's hometown, saying that the Shur clan was wiped out. At first, this news was only circulated among the upper echelons of the big clans, but this news was too shocking. Gradually, it spread and spread in the martial world, and there were more and more versions. I did a summary, and for the time being, there are only a few points that can be confirmed. Tao Feng said, "Firstly, the Shur clan is indeed gone. Other than a small part of the battle power of the Li clan, there are no more experts of the Shur clan in the world. Secondly, the Shur clan was completely wiped out, and all living creatures were wiped out. There was not even a trace of life left. It could be said that they were completely wiped out." 2 days ago, Chu Yang and Mo Tianji looked at each other. At that time, they were still trekking in the ice and snow wilderness. But, counting the days, the people of the Shur clan should have just returned home 2 days ago. It seemed that this matter happened before the people of the Shur clan of the Allied forces returned home. After that, more and more news came. These news came from the Shur family members who had returned from the war. They asked for help from the aristocratic families, and the clues they provided were mainly about the circumstances of the deaths of the Shur family members. It was said that their bodies turned black, as if they were poisoned to death. But after careful examination, there were no symptoms of poison at all. Everyone was like this. It was extremely bizarre. When he said this, Chu Yang and Mo Tianji looked at each other at the same time. and their eyes became serious. Also, after careful examination, there was another discovery. That is, the expressions on the faces of people with different levels of cultivation were not the same. Everyone below the martial saint level had a smile on their faces, as if they had died in their dreams. But in reality, they had died outside with their clothes on. Countless people died at the same time, but they had a smile on their faces. It was extremely bizarre. And martial artists above the martial saint level had fear on their faces. Some of their eyes were wide open. This kind of expression meant that they had suffered a great shock before they died. And martial artists above the martial saint level, all of their faces were filled with anger and fear. Only a small number of martial artists above the martial saint level had some traces of battle and injuries on their bodies. Everyone in the Sher clan, including the old and the young, there were a total of 435,884 people. Except for the first ancestor, Sher Pauho, who is missing, the others were confirmed to have all died. According to the time, the Sher clan was destroyed before the Li clan. And it was not only the Sher clan, all the affiliated clans around the Sher clan, as long as they were within 1,000 miles of the Sher clan's headquarters, including the commoners, were all wiped out. In this incident, the number of people who died was definitely not the 400,000 from the Sher clan that we saw on the surface. At the very least, there were more than 1 million people. And this is the most conservative estimate. After Tao Feng finished speaking, Chu Yang and the others only felt that their hearts had reached a new height. For a moment, there was silence. "My lord, this is all that I know," Tao Feng said. "Do you have any guesses about the person who did this?" Chu Yang asked. "Yes, but these guesses are mostly rumors without any basis. Even the person himself did not believe it, so I did not dare to say it." Tao Feng said very honestly, "Not bad. Mr. Tao, please take the purple crystals." Chu Yang frowned and was a little absent-minded. "I don't dare." "What do you mean, you don't dare? If I ask you to take it, then take it." GMO glared. He grabbed the purple crystals and threw them into his arms. In that case, thank you very much. I shall take my leave." Tao Feng clutched the purple crystals in his arms and went down the restaurant. In a moment, he had already disappeared into the crowd. So many people had seen him take a large amount of purple crystals. He was also alone, and his cultivation was not that outstanding. If he continued to stay here, he was afraid that he would not be far from death. "Housekeeper? I have actually become a servant?" Wasn't a housekeeper a servant? GMO was stunned. After a while, he suddenly roared angrily, "Which part of me looks like a housekeeper?" You come back and explain to me clearly." Even though everyone had a lot on their minds, they could not help but hold their stomachs and laugh. Not long after, the dishes were served. Everyone buried their heads in eating and drinking. However, there was not the slightest bit of laughter from before. All of them had a lot on their minds. After everyone finished eating, Chu Yang threw 2 purple crystals to settle the bill. The group left the restaurant without stopping for a moment. "Tianji, what have you thought of?" Chu Yang frowned and asked. Even though Chu Yang had already vaguely guessed the conclusion, he still did not want his guess to be true. He hoped that Tianji could give another answer, because the consequences of his guess were really serious. "Looks like you have thought of it too. What you thought of is exactly what I thought of. I also have no other answer." Tianji sighed. "Judging from the current situation, there is only one possibility, and that is that the extraterrestrial demons have made their move and slaughtered all living things. There is no life left." Chu Yang nodded with a lot on his mind. Indeed, other than the extraterrestrial demons, there is no one else who can create such a shocking result in a moment like this. There is no life left. Even though the Dharma Supreme also has the aura of the extraterrestrial demons, he definitely does not have such a cultivation. To be honest, I have already tried my best to overestimate the abilities of the extraterrestrial demons. However, I really did not expect them to be so terrifying. I believe that even if Wu Jueqing used all his means, he would not be able to create such an outcome. Mo Tianji took a deep breath. Chu Yang sighed. There is no comparison between the two. The extraterrestrial demons exist above the heavenly imperial court in the first place. They do not belong to the heavenly imperial court and are even able to attack and defend against the people in the heavenly imperial court. Towards this lower level of the plane, of course, they are even more unstoppable. Millions of people, all gone in one night. Chu Yang's voice was extremely heavy. Not to mention one Wu Jueqing. Even if there were 10 Wu Jueqing attacking together, they would not be able to do it. Even if Zi Xieching were here again, she might not be able to do it. The horror of the extraterrestrial demons can be seen clearly. Even though the two of them did not speak to outsiders, the group of brothers could all hear them. Instantly, everyone felt as if their hearts were being pressed by a lead block, unusually heavy. Chapter 1566. In the entire Shi clan, it seems that only Shi Pao Shao, who has reached the peak of first-grade supreme martial artist, is qualified to escape from the extraterrestrial demon. So, Shi Pao Shao is missing. In other words, to escape from the extraterrestrial demon, one must at least have the cultivation of a first-grade supreme martial artist, and only he can escape. After Shi Pao Shao disappeared, he didn't show up. Normally, when something like this happened, he should have rushed to the Yi clan or the enforcers immediately. But he didn't. This means that he is missing because he fell into the hands of the extraterrestrial demon, and he's seriously injured. He can't even take care of himself now. So, if a first-grade supreme martial artist wants to escape from the extraterrestrial demon, he also has to fight with his life. Chu Yang took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. According to this model, if you and my brothers really fight against the extraterrestrial demons, not to mention that we have no hope of winning, what are the chances of us escaping? The brothers were silent. Chu Yang directly said that there was no hope of winning, and even the chance of escaping was extremely slim. These words were not without reason. Based on the analysis of the information that they currently had, if the two sides really met, perhaps none of them would be able to escape. Even Chu Yang, the master of Calamity Sword, might not be an exception. From the perspective of the world, the extraterrestrial demon's power is already extremely terrifying. But I still feel that this so-called extraterrestrial demon is more or less weak. Gu Duxing frowned and said, "Since the extraterrestrial demon can fight with the Imperial Court of Heaven, it should be easy for him to destroy the Double Heavens continent. But now he only destroyed the Shi clan, and Shi Pao Shao escaped. This strength may not be really invincible. After all, this is the Double Heavens continent, not the Imperial Court of Heaven. If the extraterrestrial demon can come and go as he pleases, this place would have been long gone." Mo Tianji said, "So this extraterrestrial demon is definitely not an ordinary person." After arriving, he immediately attacked and destroyed the Shi clan. Shi Pao Shao escaped. Can we understand it this way? This extraterrestrial demon is very likely to be seriously injured, and it is very likely that he was beaten down, and he may even have serious injuries that are difficult to recover from. So this is the result? If we infer from this direction, he killed someone, not to show his demonic power, but to heal, or something else. If we continue to deduce, to be able to be beaten to this point, what level of strength should he be at? Now, this injured Sky Devil is indeed weakened, but how much of his power does he still have? Mo Tianji furrowed his brows and continued to unravel the entire story bit by bit. If a large number of living beings are massacred, would he be able to recover from his injuries here? And to what extent would he be able to recover? Therefore, if they wanted to get rid of him, they would have to seize the opportunity before he recovered. But in the face of such an enemy, how could they kill him? If he retreated, he would die. Even if we advance, we may not necessarily have a chance of survival. We can neither advance nor retreat. We are in a dilemma. Chu Yang's brows furrowed even tighter. Mo Tianji's words also cleared up the tangled thoughts in his mind. Chu Yang didn't have any proof, but he still believed that the truth was as Mo Tianji had said. Even though there were some minor discrepancies, the overall direction was undoubtedly correct. If you want to come to the upper three heavens, or even the entire layered heavens, then you have to go to the upper three heavens. In addition to passing through the heavenly imperial court, one would also have to pass through the turbulence of time and space. Chu Yang said, if there were no accidents, even a heavenly devil king wouldn't be able to reach here so easily. Therefore, the arrival of this sky devil was purely an accident. But this accident is a disaster for the entire heavenly imperial court. The most important thing now is to hurry. Let's go. Chu Yang made a prompt decision. Although this matter is important and needs to be solved urgently, we can't do anything about it. However, we have no way to solve this problem at the moment. Let's put this matter aside for now. It's more important to increase our strength first. If we increase our strength, we'll have more means to protect ourselves. That's true. I believe that the big clans are more panicked than us. Mo Tianji smiled. Let's let the big clans and the law enforcement officers handle it first. We'll also let them know how powerful the Sky Devil is. Otherwise, there will be internal strife. Didn't they say that ordinary people are like ants? Now it's their turn to be ants. Let's see if they're injured. Everyone smiled bitterly. Let's make the best out of it. Just as Mo Tianji had said, this was the truth. Like a sharp arrow, the group sped off in the direction they had set. Everyone felt rather uneasy. Just as Chu Yang had said, the most important thing now was to increase their cultivation. Otherwise, even if they met the Sky Devil, they would only be killed. Only by working hard on their own cultivation would they have the means to survive and the means to deal with the Sky Devil. However, Chu Yang and Mo Tianji did not expect that they would actually run into the heavenly demon head-on, even though their original intention was to temporarily avoid the heavenly demon's attack. Yi Zue sped all the way. He didn't even know why. Previously, he had been tracking that black aura all the way. He also didn't know how far he had traveled before he suddenly lost his sense of the black aura. This result caused him to wander around the wilderness like a headless fly for several days. When the black aura appeared again, it had already changed direction. But no matter what, he finally had a target to move forward. Yi Zue pulled himself together and continued forward. Finally, he saw a stretch of black aura spreading in the sky above a forest. It was the Sky Devil aura that he felt strongly attracted to. Yi Zue hesitated for a moment. After making up his mind, he quickened his pace again, wanting to enter the forest. He wanted to find the source of this Sky Devil aura and where it was. Just as he was moving stealthily, the wind suddenly howled and a black shadow landed quietly. Yi Zue turned to look and saw that someone had appeared beside him. His long black hair cascaded down his shoulders like a waterfall, and his expression was bleak and cold. Upon seeing him, this person also seemed to be taken aback for a moment. He asked in a deep voice, "Little one, are you from the Yi clan?" Following this question, an astonishing aura that seemed to control heaven and earth surged toward him. It was as if this person standing before him was the ruler of this entire world. Even someone as unruly as Yi Zue instantly felt an immense pressure as if heaven and earth were collapsing. He actually couldn't summon up any thoughts of resistance. Thoughts flashed through his mind, and he suddenly recalled a familiar and imposing figure. Many years ago, when the Dharma Supreme came to the Yi clan, Yi Zue, as the number one duke of the clan, had the honor of meeting him. Now, the aura of this person in front of him was actually exactly the same as that of the Dharma Supreme back then. At least, they were extremely similar. Yi Zue was puzzled. He asked respectfully, "Yes, I am Yi Zue from the Yi clan. May I ask if Elder is the Dharma Supreme?" The Dharma Supreme's eyes revealed a hint of admiration. "Not bad. The people of the Yi clan indeed have good eyesight and memory. It's rare that you still remember me." Yi Zue said respectfully, Elder is the ruler of the world and can be said to be the only one in the world. Even if I forget about everyone, I still dare not forget the Dharma Supreme's astonishing aura. The Dharma Supreme nodded. As his eyes opened and closed, he asked, You came here for? Yi Zue said, I was passing by this place by chance and suddenly saw a black aura surging into the sky. It was so evil that I feared that there were evil spirits disturbing the world. I specially came over to check and see what was going on. Even if he was facing the Dharma Supreme, he still wouldn't dare to say that he had the aura of the extraterrestrial demon in his body. His tone was naturally as dignified as possible. The aura of the extraterrestrial demon was definitely the greatest taboo in the entire heavens. Once exposed as the number one law enforcement officer of the heavens, it would be strange if the Dharma Supreme didn't kill him immediately. The Dharma Supreme looked at him coldly and said, Since that's the case, did you discover anything unusual? Yi Zue said respectfully, I just came here and haven't entered, but I was lucky enough to bump into you. The Dharma Supreme said, Thank you for your concern. I came here for the same purpose as you. I will hold the fort here. You can go in and take a look. As long as you are careful, there shouldn't be any problems. Yi Zue was secretly happy. You're not going in. That's great. He said, Yes, thank you for your guidance. He turned and walked inside. The black fog seemed to be filled with an aura that had formed a great desire for him. And that feeling was getting stronger and stronger. Yi Zue almost couldn't help but run over. A figure beside him flashed. It was the Dharma Supreme who followed him and said indifferently, The evil aura here is very abnormal. Let me go in with you, in case any accidents happen and I can't help you in time. Yi Zue felt a chill in his heart. If the number one law enforcement officer, the Dharma Supreme, was by his side, how could he go and collect the aura of the extraterrestrial demon? If he made any strange movements, he would probably be killed on the spot. But at this moment, how could he say no? He couldn't even hesitate. The slightest hesitation could lead to death. At this moment, Yi Zue's heart was filled with extreme bitterness. Damn it, didn't you say you weren't going in? Why are your words like farts? What he didn't know was that the aura of the extraterrestrial demon in the Dharma Supreme's body was much stronger than Yi Zue's. Now that the aura of the extraterrestrial demon had suddenly become more enticing, the attraction that the Dharma Supreme felt naturally increased by tens or even hundreds of times. Even with the Dharma Supreme's cultivation, when faced with such temptation, he was completely unable to suppress the desire in his heart. With his eyesight, he had long seen through the fact that Yi Zue also had the aura of the extraterrestrial demon. His original intention was to let Yi Zue go in and check out the situation while he waited for an opportunity to take action. If there were any risks, he could make plans in advance. But when he realized that the attraction had suddenly increased by hundreds of times, he was afraid that it would benefit Yi Zue. He couldn't hold it in anymore and went in. When the Dharma Supreme and Yi Zue entered the forest, Chu Yang and the others had just left the northwest and arrived at that small town. The time difference between the two parties was about 10 days or so apart. The Dharma Supreme and Yi Zue would never have thought that the forest that the two of them had entered was the place that Chu Yang wanted to rush to at full speed. This forest could be said to be extremely dense. Both the Dharma Supreme and Yi Zue didn't choose to enter from the main road. Instead, they chose a path full of thorns, which required them to continuously chop down the vines that blocked their path. The black fog was right in front, neither close nor far. Chapter 1567. Venomous snakes slithered out from the bushes continuously. Waves after waves of wild beasts also rushed out from the bushes, fleeing madly towards the outside. When they saw the Dharma Supreme and Yi Zue blocking their way, they immediately started attacking wildly. To the Dharma Supreme and Yi Zue, the extraterrestrial demonic energy was certainly something they could only dream of. However, to these venomous snakes and beasts, it was a lethal poison. They had only ventured 300 miles into the forest. But the two of them had already killed countless wild beasts that roared past them. Finally, they were only a short distance away from that black fog. Right in front of them, a huge mass of black fog was moving densely. It was the purest extraterrestrial demonic energy. The extraterrestrial demonic energy was right in front of them, as if they could obtain it easily. Both of them were breathing rather rapidly. As if sensing the arrival of the two of them, the black mist suddenly emitted whooshing sounds, and then, like 100 rivers converging into the sea, it quickly shrank back in an instant, like a black snake rushing back to its nest, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. In the dark and dense fog ahead, a blurry figure appeared indistinctly. An unusually tired voice said, "To think that there would be 2 more people here. Where did you come from?" This voice was very tired. Not only was it tired, it was also very weak. It even gave off a subtle feeling that he would die the next moment. This person should be severely injured. Both of them had this feeling at the same time. However, in contrast to this intense feeling, that person also possessed an extremely powerful strength. It was a tyrannical strength that was almost irresistible. The combination of the two, this was a force that seemed to have reached the end of one's life. However, it still had a terrifying force that could engulf the world and destroy the entire world. There was even a kind of brutality that spread in the air. Yi Zue was suspicious. He didn't dare to answer. The Dharma Supreme raised his head and asked in a low voice, "Who are you? Where did you come from?" That voice was silent for a moment. Suddenly, it let out a low and strange laugh, asking questions instead of answering. "What an interesting little fellow. You're quite brave. Since you're already here, why don't you come in and let me take a look?" With a swoosh, the dense forest suddenly started to decay rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a path appeared out of thin air in front of the two of them. All the flowers, plants, and trees that were originally on this path had all disappeared without a trace. It had inexplicably decayed and evaporated. An extremely flat road was abruptly formed just like that. Seeing the scene, Yi Zue and the Dharma Supreme both gasped. Such a miraculous cultivation. Even the Dharma Supreme himself would not be able to do it, much less in such a bizarre way. As the two stepped onto the path, they both felt the demonic chi in their bodies begin to circulate wildly. He couldn't help but emit dense black smoke from his body. The Dharma Supreme had naturally sensed it long ago, but Yi Zue was flabbergasted. Looking at the black gas emitted from the Dharma Supreme's body, it was a bizarre and absurd feeling, as if the world had been turned upside down. Who was the Dharma Supreme? This was the ruler of the heavenly layer, who commanded the law enforcers of the world. He was a righteous leader who worked for the welfare of all the people in the Chong-Tian continent. And now, the heavenly demon energy, which was said to be the evilest in the world, had actually emerged from the Dharma Supreme's body? Aye, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Am I seeing things? Lord Dharma Supreme, why you? Yi Zue was so stunned that he couldn't speak. The Dharma Supreme snorted coldly, his eyes revealing a sharp, murderous aura. He turned to look at Yi Zue, an intense, murderous intent, a sudden and fierce outburst. It was obvious that the Dharma Supreme was going to silence him. No matter what, he was not going to let Yi Zue live. Competing with me for benefits, even demons have to die. If you dare to kill him, I will kill you. In the dense forest, that tired voice said indifferently, "Try moving again." The Dharma Supreme froze. He felt that the heavenly demon energy in his body suddenly went out of control, as if it was going to rush against his heart meridians. He really didn't dare to move. The Dharma Supreme could clearly sense that although the person before him was exhausted, he was not threatening to kill him. He really had the ability to kill him with one strike. Such a cultivation level, perhaps only the mysterious girl Zi Xieching could compare to him. In the Dharma Supreme's eyes, even in front of the extraterrestrial demons, he was still more important. Although Yi Zue also had the heavenly demon energy, his cultivation level was low, and he was just a nobody. He wasn't of much use, so what if he killed him? Other than reducing the benefits of sharing the heavenly demon energy here, he could also avoid future troubles. After all, if his identity of having the heavenly demon energy was exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Besides, there were only two people from the heavens here, Yi Zue and him. Without Yi Zue, that mysterious fiend would only have him as his only choice. Therefore, killing Yi Zue was definitely a good thing with no disadvantages. Yi Zue must die. With this thought, the Dharma Supreme pretended to be respectful and said, "Yes, I will obey Elder's orders." Listening to his words seemed to mean that he had given in. However, just as the Dharma Supreme finished a sentence, a sharp glint flashed across his eyes, and he suddenly raised his hand. With a whoosh, a slight ripple appeared in the air. He was so close that he attacked with all his might. One strike to kill, one strike to kill. The Dharma Supreme was confident that his sneak attack was so sudden and the distance was so close. In the entire heavens, there was absolutely no one who could save Yi Zue. Yi Zue would definitely die, and he would die a horrible death with his spirit destroyed. With a sneer, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of Yi Zue. Then, two streams of black gas appeared out of nowhere and met the Dharma Supreme's hands head-on. With two loud bangs, the two powerful forces collided, but only a very soft sound was heard. If it wasn't for the fact that the place was completely silent, even the soft sound would not have been heard. The Dharma Supreme's shock was no small matter. His thoughts flashed, and he didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest as he retreated rapidly. As he retreated at high speed, the air was filled with popping sounds, as if the black gas was devouring the vibrations in the air. The earth-shattering power just now disappeared without a trace in an instant. Due to Yi Zue's low cultivation level, he actually didn't manage to react to the sudden change in events earlier. By the time he finally understood what had happened, he realized that he had actually narrowly escaped death. He was filled with lingering fear. His face instantly turned pale, and his legs almost started to tremble. Suddenly, he scolded furiously, "Dharma Supreme, I respect you as a senior and have always been respectful to you. But I didn't expect you to be such a despicable person with a hypocritical mouth and a knife hidden in your smile. With your status, you actually dared to do such a sneak attack on a junior like me. Do you still have any shame? On the surface, you are the leader of the law enforcement officers, but deep down, you are a descendant of the heavenly demon. But that's not all. Why do you want to kill me? Can't you see that I am also a descendant of the heavenly demon?" Yi Zue was especially impulsive now that he had narrowly escaped death. The anger and hatred in his heart couldn't be quelled, and the tyrannical emotions of the heavenly demon in his body erupted. He no longer had any scruples. With red eyes, he roared angrily, "Do you think that I am always easy to provoke?" This Duke Yi was indeed very impressive. He actually called himself elder in front of the Dharma Supreme face to face. If his elder master, Yi Chanchin, were to find out about this, he wondered what he would think. The Dharma Supreme's attack had failed. He already knew that the mysterious person was not only terrifyingly powerful, he was also an expert in scheming and plotting. To think that he had already been prepared for the Dharma Supreme's movements. Knowing that there was no chance of success, he decided not to attack again. As for Yi Zue's scolding, he pretended not to hear it. His lean face was still calm and composed, like an ancient well without ripples. That strange person's voice said, "If you leave this place, I won't care how you fight to the death. But as long as I am here, only I can kill. No one else can. Wherever I am, that is where I am, the master of life and death." That strange person's voice was low and hoarse, but filled with a peculiar rhythm. When he said this, he sounded even more domineering and imposing, like a sovereign descending upon the world. The Dharma Supreme smiled lightly. "Wherever you are, only you can kill. Her. If that's the case, I will follow your rules and not kill him. He is just an ant. What harm is there in letting him go?" That strange person was silent for a moment. Suddenly he started panting violently. Their panting sounds were as eerie as the weeping of countless ghosts. That strange man's temper could be said to be arrogant, domineering, and extremely dictatorial. If he was not injured, the Dharma Supreme's half-mocking, half-compromising attitude would be enough to arouse his murderous intent, and he would have killed the Dharma Supreme with his palm. However, at this critical juncture, if he could save a bit of strength, he would save a bit of strength. Most importantly, with his current cultivation level, being able to defeat the person in front of him was already his limit. Speaking of stopping him from escaping, he really had no confidence. The timing was delicate now. He could not do anything that he was not completely confident in. The Dharma Supreme asked, "Is this elder from the extraterrestrial world?" That strange person snorted and said eerily, "You are asking the obvious. I am the person you are thinking of." The Dharma Supreme smiled. "Then, the commotion here must have been intentionally revealed by the elder to lure us here?" That strange person was silent for a moment. Then he said, "You'd better not speak. Especially don't ask questions. I don't like answering others' questions. If you continue to spout nonsense, I am afraid that I will not be able to resist killing you." The Dharma Supreme's heart skipped a beat. He said yes. He thought to himself, "This guy is really bossy and domineering. He has a lot of weaknesses in his character. These weaknesses can be exploited. This continent is actually called the Double Heavens continent." That strange person muttered to himself doubtfully. Suddenly he said angrily, "Bah, why should I? What right does such a despicable place have to be called the Double Heavens continent?" Towards this question, the Dharma Supreme and Yi Zue were both stunned. For a moment, they did not know how to answer and did not know why the other party said that. Double Heavens continent. It seemed to have been called this for hundreds of thousands of years. What was the problem? Upper three heavens, lower three heavens, and lower three heavens were called the Double Heavens. It was logical and appropriate. This guy's attitude seemed to be a little strange. Chapter 1568. Elder. All this while, this place has been called the Chong Tian continent. I wonder what's wrong with this name? Yi Zue finally found a chance to interject, but he was stubborn and didn't even glance at the Dharma Supreme. "I thought you were so powerful, but you are also practicing demonic arts like me. You better not offend me. If I get the chance, I will destroy you even if I have to risk my life. You are a fake monarch, a real demon, and your reputation will be ruined. Damn it, you better not offend me. If I get the chance, I will destroy you even if I have to risk my life." Thinking of this, Yi Zue suddenly felt a thrill of challenging authority. Wrong? Very wrong. That weirdo snorted coldly. "This is a small place, just like a garbage dump. How can it be called Chong Tian?" Suddenly he stopped irritably and roared, "Don't harp on this matter anymore. If you spout any more nonsense, I will kill you." Yi Zue was speechless. "Damn it! Weren't you the one who started this topic? Why are you acting like this now? You keep talking about killing. If not for the fact that I can't beat you, I would have died long ago. You bastard! How can this be? How did I end up in such a shabby place?" That weirdo muttered and cursed. "This place can't even receive a little bit of heavenly demon chi. What a bastard!" The Dharma Supreme stood tall in the wind, a smile on his face, looking calm. Although he looked calm, his heart couldn't help but weigh the pros and cons. This weirdo is injured. This weirdo is seriously injured. This person had suffered a fatal injury. Besides, it was a huge accident that he ended up here. More importantly, he didn't come here willingly. Then how did he end up here? Although this weirdo is powerful, he can't unleash too much power now. If I want to escape unscathed, I can do so at any time with full confidence. However, if I can absorb all the heavenly demon chi here, I can achieve great success. No one in the entire Chongtian will be my match. Be it Ning Tianya, Beluching, or Wu Jueching, they will all be no match for me. Even if that mysterious woman comes again, I don't have to be afraid, as long as I can absorb all the heavenly demon chi here. I really like making games." The strange man let out a strange laugh and said, "Now, since you're here, you must play a game with me. If you really don't want to play, just leave your lives behind." "Game? Do you want to die if you don't?" Not to mention a young man like Yi Zue. Even the Dharma Supreme almost bit off his tongue when he heard this. The black fog rippled, and the monster inside was completely enveloped by the black fog. His face contorted strangely. "You two bastards," think this seat wants to say, "and do this? If it weren't for the fact that I'm severely injured and the heavenly demon chi in your bodies are impure and impure, why would I be so bored as to play games with you? It's all for the sake of purifying the sky demon chi of you two idiots. Humph. Don't even think about running away. If you don't play, you'll definitely die." The strange man sneered eerily. "Previously, there was a member of the Shur clan who refused to play games with me. In a fit of anger, I slaughtered everyone in that clan, not even a cat or a dog. So you're really the one behind the Shur clan incident." The Dharma Supreme's pupils shrank as realization dawned on him. During this period of time, the Dharma Supreme had naturally heard about this incident, and he was the one who knew the most about it. After all, he was the head of the law enforcement officers, and also the one whom the remnants of the Shur clan could rely on to help arrest the culprit. "It's me, so what? Do you want to play games?" "Don't play games where you don't mean what you say. My tolerance isn't very good." The strange man laughed cruelly. From his laughter, one could almost see that he was licking his lips greedily. Of course, this wasn't the case. He had killed so many people, and his original intention was for this so-called game. There were also some other reasons, but this matter couldn't be explained to the two in front of him. "May I know what game Senior wants to play? What are the rules? How do you want the two of us to cooperate?" The Dharma Supreme's eyes flashed. He thought to himself, if this guy wants to play games, it's definitely not simple. There's a high chance that it has something to do with the sky demon energy, or maybe it's beneficial for his recovery. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't play games at such a time and under such circumstances. But this guy kept referring to himself as I, and didn't refer to himself as this Lord, this Lord, this, and so on. That means this guy's position in the sky demon land might not be very high. It might even be very low. The Dharma Supreme's eyes flashed. He had already come to a conclusion. "Now let's start the game." The strange man couldn't wait any longer. He said, "Listen to me. Let's start immediately. Kikik, this is a very interesting game. You might get addicted to it. Kikik. If the game satisfies me, the sky demon energy here can be collected by the two of you to your heart's content. Kikik." As he continued to talk, the strange man seemed to be in a good mood. In the end, he actually laughed loudly. It was just that his laughter was really unpleasant to the ears. Yi Zue and the Dharma Supreme were both rather nervous and expectant. This game looks like it's no small matter. At the thought of collecting the sky demon energy to their heart, even the Dharma Supreme's heart couldn't help but beat wildly. You can rest assured, this game is definitely beneficial and harmless to the two of you. I can even conclude that after you've played it once, even if I don't bring you along, you'll automatically get addicted to it. The strange man laughed strangely. Then his voice became even more hoarse. He coughed twice like a venomous snake and said, "Now let the game begin." A ball of pitch-black demonic aura suddenly surged out, enveloping both Yi Zue and the Dharma Supreme. Yi Zue suddenly realized that there seemed to be no one around him anymore. The Dharma Supreme was clearly right in front of him, but he couldn't sense anything anymore. It wasn't just the Dharma Supreme. Where was that strange man? The entire forest and even the entire world had disappeared. In a trance, he was the only one left, surrounded by that ball of pitch-black, demonic aura. It was as if this ball of demonic aura was the entire primal chaos. Then, Yizue suddenly realized that in this primal chaos that was completely formed by demonic aura, there were wisps of demonic aura entering through his nostrils and pores all over his body. As he breathed, they slowly entered. Then, in this primal chaos, specks of golden light suddenly appeared. They grew bigger and bigger, more and more obvious. They were actually rows and rows of golden words. Riches and honor, power over the world, supremacy, immortality, parents of one's parents, blood-related brothers, life and death brothers, beautiful wives and concubines, lifelong companions, all the people in the world, commanding the world. Everything, everything, everything. As long as it was a desire that existed in one's heart, it was all here. Whatever one wanted, it was all here. Whatever one didn't want, or didn't expect, it was all here as well. All in all, there were at least 50 of them. That strange man's tired voice rang out. The large golden words here are what I concluded. They are the goals that a person desires to achieve the most, and the things that they desire to obtain the most. Everything is here. It's very comprehensive, isn't it? As long as one is a person, he will definitely have desires. Only desires are the source of motivation. That strange man sneered. Therefore, you humans are really very easy to control. As long as you grasp the key point, everything will be under your control. Let's officially start the game now. Both Yizue and the Dharma Supreme felt the veins on their foreheads bulging at his words. They couldn't help but ask, "What exactly do we have to do? What are the rules?" The rules are very simple. There are 50 choices here. That strange man said eerily, "Now, pick out the things that you desire the most and don't want to lose the most. You can choose. You can't choose one more or one less. Start choosing." How do we choose? They are all illusory and unrealistic things. It's even simpler. Whichever one you like, you just need to tap lightly with your finger and it will be done. After you have completed all the choices, the others that have not been chosen will automatically disappear. That strange man said solemnly, "Remember, although this is just a game, it is based on the foundation of both of you and the achievements that you can achieve in the end. Therefore, both of you must be careful and not choose wrongly. The moment you make a mistake, the one who will suffer the greatest loss is yourselves." The moment they heard these few sentences, especially the last sentence, even the Dharma Supreme became inexplicably cautious, let alone Yizue. When they looked at the 50 pairs of breasts, their gazes also became much more solemn. "Let's begin." The strange man waved his hand. Another ball of black fog flew out and merged with that ball of black, demonic aura from before. Instantly, the two of them felt the black fog in their respective spaces become even thicker. The demonic aura that had already entered their bodies seemed to be driving their original cultivation, surging endlessly. Slowly, some changes also occurred in their hearts. Following this, the black, demonic chi began to revolve, and the 50 types of desires in front of him also began to revolve. Each type of desire would pause for a moment when it was in front of him, giving them time to see clearly and make a choice. Yizue's brows furrowed as he stared at the golden words spinning continuously in front of him. When the words "I, the unique and righteous" flashed past him, Yizue suddenly felt a sudden change in him. It was as if he was standing at the top of the world, unsheathing his sword and looking around, killing whoever he wanted. Those who followed him would prosper, and those who opposed him would perish. Looking around the universe, I, the unique and righteous, commanding the heavens and earth. No one dares to disobey me. How exhilarating, how domineering, how yearning was that. He believed that no man would dislike the exhilarating feeling of being the unique and righteous. Yizue didn't even realize when he had raised his hand and tapped on the words "I, the unique and righteous," as if he couldn't wait any longer. The moment these 4 words were tapped, golden light shone brightly, but it was even more dazzling than the other golden words. Chapter 1569. since he was already the most powerful person in the world. Then he had to ask for a long lifespan. Otherwise, what was the point of being the most powerful person in the world for only 1 or 2 days? Therefore, Yi Zui's second choice was very straightforward and orderly. He immediately chose the option of immortality. This option also shone brightly. Yi Zui's mind was very clear, and he completely understood what he was doing. He had already chosen 2 of them. Not only was there no abnormality at all, he even became more and more excited, happier, and more satisfied in a place that Yi Zui couldn't see. Those wisps of heavenly demon aura were continuously invading his heart meridians. At the place where the bridge of heaven and earth was, thick black fog was already beginning to spread. In the place where the thick fog spread, a pair of cruel eyes, like a vulture in the desert, watched the changes on Yi Zui's face. As Yi Zui's mind and meridians were contaminated by the demonic aura, more and more black aura would appear at the position of his brows. These signs symbolized that the heavenly demon origin in his body would become a little more intense. That strange man looked at Yi Zui's heavenly demon origin with some desire, silently licking his lips with his tongue. To him, this was something that was really useful for healing injuries. Lust was the driving force and also the origin. But when lust completely suppressed rationality and could trample on everything in life, it was demonic. Everyone has the heavenly demon origin in their bodies. He laughed strangely silently. The difference is just whether it can be stimulated. As long as it is stimulated, even if it's not a demon, it's still a demon. Demons are born from the heart, and all living beings are demons. I only need the heavenly demon origin. As long as it recovers, these 2 people will be my most loyal fighters. Since I am here, I'll make this place my own backyard no matter what. Hee. As he thought of this, he couldn't help but reveal the proudest smile on his face. As for the Sher clan, I thought that after absorbing so many people's soul energy here, I'd be able to recover quite a bit. Who knew that the souls of the people there didn't have the slightest bit of a mortal aura at all? After slaughtering more than 1 million people, I've only recovered less than 1% of my energy. It's actually not as much as the energy I expended. Instead, my injuries have worsened. This result is really outrageous. If I hadn't gotten that thing by chance, I might not even be able to get up now. He had no choice but to use the power of those souls to complete the myriad souls exorcism array. The only thing he could do now was to see if these 2 fellows could pass his test in the myriad souls demon exorcism formation, completely release their inner demons, and complete their heavenly demon origins. He was watching attentively, looking forward to the results from the bottom of his heart. I didn't notice those changes at all. The current him, in his mind, was already immortal and unrivaled. His heart was filled with boundless joy. It was as if he had begun to live forever in an environment where immortality and power were absolute. But what's missing? Yi Zui snorted. His eyes focused on the various concubines that were spinning in the air. Then, the next target that was worth choosing appeared. Beautiful wives and concubines as beautiful as the clouds. These words flashed past his eyes and paused for a moment. Countless beautiful women instantly appeared before Yi Zui's eyes. Each and every one of them was an outstanding beauty. Each and every one of them had the countenance of a flower and the countenance of the moon, looking deeply affectionate, that's right. Since there's immortality and also I, the unique and righteous, then I still lack people to keep me company. And these women can be used to pass the time. A wide grin hung on Yi Zui's face, his entire body filled with lust. He reached out and pointed at the words beautiful wives and concubines, peerless beauties. The next moment he obtained all these desires in an instant. Yi Zui became even more complacent and began to smugly choose the 4th option. Then, Yi Zui realized that even though he was already unrivaled in the world, unrivaled, immortal, and had countless beautiful wives and concubines by his side, it seemed like he was still very poor and didn't have the capital to spend money like that. Therefore, he tapped on glory and wealth. The moment he made the choice, he was still rather surprised. Could it be that, even though I'm already unrivaled, it didn't include glory and wealth? Just as this thought rose in his mind, he heard that strange person's voice say, "Unrivaled refers to power and status. Glory and wealth, however, refer to wealth and power. The two are fundamentally different and cannot be lumped together." "Oh, I see." Yi Zue nodded. Then he suddenly shouted, "You can actually know what I'm thinking? How dare you?" His current state of mind was already one of unrivaled supremacy. As he spoke, he naturally sounded condescending. At this moment, it was as if he was berating a servant. It was as if he was saying, "If you make me unhappy again, I'll kill you." Such a feeling was hard to describe. The strange person opened his mouth and frowned. His face was filled with black lines. He wanted to flare up, but couldn't do anything. How depressing. Fuck! How did this bastard get into character so quickly? He's actually completely immersed in it already. The strange person pursed his lips and suppressed his anger. He didn't say anything more. "It's more important that you don't spoil my grand plan. Wait till I completely subdue you." After waiting for a while, there was still no response. Yi Zue only thought that the other party had already been intimidated by his divine might and was scared stiff or even scared to death. He snorted in satisfaction and lectured, "Fuck you, be more obedient in the future. Don't make me angry, or else I'll kill you." That strange person's resentment was almost completely suppressed in his chest. He almost really died from anger. "You little brat, you're really daring. I've always made you feel good, happy, intoxicated, comfortable, and excited. How dare you treat me like this? I don't want to lower myself to your level now. When your demonic nature is completely awakened, just wait to become my slave. See if I don't order you around all the time. 4 options, soon, soon." Yi Zue's wish was fulfilled, and he became even more pleased with himself. He thought about it again and thought that it wasn't enough just having these options. So he casually added my parents, my clan is grand. However, he didn't choose blood-related brothers. Those bastards, which one of them is worthy of being my blood-related brothers? I'm already immortal. What's the use of having blood-related brothers? He had these options again. It wasn't enough for him to be the only one in the world. He also had to have absolute power, the power to dominate the universe. Therefore, he chose invincible in the world. In an instant, he became a lonely expert, the kind who couldn't stand the cold at the top. But it wasn't good to always fight alone. It was too troublesome and tiring. He might as well get some loyal and devoted fighters. Yi Zue chuckled and reached out to point at brothers in life and death. But the moment he did so, his finger cut open. What's going on?" Yi Zue asked authoritatively. "The definition of brothers in life and death is to contribute to each other, go through life and death together, and relate to honor and disgrace. They are not fighters." That strange person explained very modestly and cautiously. "Your definition is wrong." "Oh, is that so?" Yi Zue thought for a moment and said, "Then I don't want fighters. I want brothers in life and death." This time he nodded very smoothly, but that strange person outside sighed. "This bastard's choice is directly equivalent to a useless effort. In the blink of an eye, it was the 8th choice." Yi Zue thought for a long time. When he saw his beautiful wives and concubines looking at him with resentment in their eyes, he let out a bitter laugh. "Sigh, just having wealth, power, and invincible strength isn't enough. There's also that happiness between a man and a woman." Therefore, he chose couple's life ability without hesitation. "You only have one choice left now." That strange person's voice reminded him solemnly. Once this was done, the game would also be about to end. "So fast? Why is there only one choice left?" Yi Zue was stunned. He woke up from the boundless intoxication of being complacent, yet he felt a sense of urgency, as well as a sense of dejection that he had wasted so many opportunities. Then he counted the parts that he had chosen and finally realized, I have everything. I'm still freaking all alone. As an emperor, he couldn't just lead his own family, wives and brothers, could he? Yizue gritted his teeth and chose all lives in the world. All the choices were made. The strange person outside sighed from the bottom of his heart. Fuck, he had played this game so many times, but he had truly never seen such a weirdo. To actually use such a reason to choose all lives in the world. I really have to give it to you. Yizue pointed down. All lives in the world lit up immediately. The other 47 choices disappeared without a trace in an instant. In the vast land of chaos, there was only one choice left. The choice that Yizue had made, the wish to build his perfect life. Supreme in the world, immortality, beautiful wives and concubines, parents and family, glory and wealth, invincibility in the world, brothers of life and death, all lives in the world, and couples' life ability. All of them, not one less, not one more. Yet Yizue was still sighing. He was lamenting that he could still choose something better. Forget it. The world is not complete, and there is no such thing as perfection in life. Humans should be content with what they have. These are more or less enough. He really wasn't greedy. On the other side, the Dharma Supreme was also strictly following the rules of the game and making his choice seriously. Unlike Yizue, who made his choice casually, he didn't choose anything at all in the first round. He only seriously considered the implications of each choice as it passed by him, what he could gain, and whether he would lose anything after gaining it. After repeatedly weighing the pros and cons, he only started making his choice from the second round. At first glance, the choices he made were more or less the same as Yizue's, but upon closer inspection they were poles apart. Moreover, the order he chose was also extremely gradual. In other words, he followed the most logical order of derivation. Strong physique, number 1. Obviously, the Dharma Supreme believed that no matter what he did, he would need a healthy and strong body. Without a good body, it would be difficult to achieve anything. Even if he managed to accomplish it, he wouldn't have more opportunities to enjoy it. Invincibility in the world, number 2. Immortality, number 3. In other words, it was only after he had these that he started thinking about immortality, followed by supreme in the world. Since he was immortal, he naturally had to build a career. Commanding the world, number 5. Life in the world, number 1. Then came his parents and family. Number 8 was his brothers of life and death. Number 9 was his beautiful wives and concubines. In other words, in the end, when he had almost nothing to do, he would find a few beautiful women to play with, or at least experience something new. Cough, cough, brothers and sisters, if it were you, what would you choose? Chapter 1570. The Dharma Supremes and Yizue's choices were almost fundamentally different. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were worlds apart. After the two of them finally made their choices, the Dharma Supreme closed his eyes and rested, carefully checking if there were any changes in his body. Yizue, however, was vexed. It was as if the Dharma Supreme and Yizue had both chosen beautiful wife and beautiful concubines who are as beautiful as the clouds. As for the option of lifelong companions, husband and wife in life and death, the Dharma Supreme and Yizue seemed to have a tacit understanding as neither of them chose it. Now that all the choices had been made, the game was also nearing its end. In the game, those inexplicable emotions were still lingering in their minds. Yizue was still smug, while the Dharma Supreme was forcefully restraining his thoughts. Both of them were eagerly waiting for that strange extraterrestrial demon to announce the final result. What kind of results would there be? And what benefits would there be? Have both of you made your choices? The extraterrestrial demon's voice was like a cat seeing two rats that had swallowed rat poison, full of cruelty. I've made my choices. The Dharma Supreme frowned, looking at the shining choices in front of him. He said, I completely don't feel that there's any meaning in making such a choice. What a boring game. Is it really that boring? In this illusion, as long as you select any choice, you will be able to get the corresponding feeling. That strange person chuckled coldly. Your cultivation is relatively higher, so by right, the feeling should be stronger. But now, this feeling doesn't have much effect on you. It's because you are in a high position now and can get whatever you want. You have a deep understanding of the feeling, so you can temporarily suppress it. But don't worry, you will have a deeper understanding soon. The human heart is limited. The more you suppress it, the stronger the rebound will be. The strange person laughed strangely. Yi Zue said, "Is the game done now? Can the final result be revealed?" The extraterrestrial demon chuckled and said, "Done? How can it be done? This is just the beginning." Just the beginning? Both the Dharma Supreme and Yi Zue were stunned. "Now, wait a moment. I'll test this one first." That strange person's eyes turned, and he said to the Dharma Supreme. The Dharma Supreme remained silent, but deep in his heart he was contemplating. Although this illusion was ingenious, it was still a little lacking in terms of truly trapping him. If he really wanted to leave, he was confident that he could leave at any time. Let's see what kind of tricks this guy has up his sleeve. The next moment, the Dharma Supreme keenly discovered that the surrounding sounds had also disappeared without a trace. Naturally, the sound wouldn't disappear for no reason. This guy must have used some kind of secret technique to block his hearing. The Dharma Supreme smiled indifferently, not taking it to heart. He simply sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to rest. This guy was still very wary of him. I can't even get close to him now. Now the game has officially begun. That strange man said to Yi Zue, "Little Yi, you have chosen." The first choice is I, the unique and righteous? Not bad, not bad. A very good choice. Yi Zue snorted, feeling slightly impatient. She was clearly at the peak of her success. Yet this fellow was being so naggy and annoying. Unexpectedly, the surrounding black, demonic aura suddenly fluctuated, and Yi Zue discovered that he couldn't move his body at all. Moreover, he had a clear and subtle feeling that his life would immediately disappear if he made even the slightest move. This was the feeling of being infinitely close to death, and it was so clear. Yi Zue instantly panicked. He couldn't even stand properly, his legs trembling. Focus all of your attention. Now you have to do exactly as I say. If you make even the slightest mistake or pause for too long, you will die. You will die miserably. The strange man said in a gloomy voice, "You have chosen the option. Now go ahead. Now, if you immediately abandon one choice, I will allow you to keep 8 choices. If you don't, you will die immediately. Choose." Yi Zue was suddenly stunned. His choice was I, the unique and righteous immortality, beautiful wife and concubines, family, glory, wealth, invincibility, life and death brothers, all the people in the world, and the ability to live as a couple. He really wasn't willing to abandon any of these. Just as he was hesitating, he felt his head suddenly constricting, giving off a piercing pain. That strange man outside was counting. "Every time you choose, I will only give you the time to count to 10. If you don't make your choice when the time is up, you can go to hell. 1, 2, 3. Yi Zue was sweating profusely. He didn't expect that the choices in this game would actually kill him. What a scam! When he heard that the number of strange men had reached 5, Yi Zue hurriedly shouted, "I choose to abandon all the people in the world." The people in the world didn't seem to have much to do with him. The counting of strange men stopped immediately. Yi Zue only felt that his head had instantly become relaxed after he made his choice. Then he saw the 4 words, "all the people in the world," in front of him suddenly dim. In the next instant, it had already disappeared without a trace, and he was completely unaware that the demonic aura in his heart had also improved by another level in that instant. An intense and bone-chilling pleasure arose spontaneously, making him feel as if he was floating in the air. Such pleasure instantly washed away the displeasure from earlier. There are still 8 choices. Now abandon one more. Those who don't choose by then die. That strange man's voice rang out as if urging him to do so. 1, 2, 3. Glory, wealth, and status. This time, Yizue didn't even wait for the number to reach 4 before he made his choice. There are still 7 choices. Abandon one more. Remove I, the unique and righteous. Yizue panted and asked, how many choices can we keep in the end? The game isn't over yet. Everything is unknown. There are still 2 choices. Abandon one more. Remove brothers of life and death. There are still 5 choices. Remove invincible. There are still 4 choices. Remove. Yizue was conflicted. For choices, there were still beautiful wives and concubines, ability to live as a couple, immortality, and family clans. 4, 5. The strange man had already finished counting this time. Yizue's head was in so much pain that it felt as if it was about to explode. His eyes were already in so much pain that they were hazy, and there were faint traces of tears flowing out. He hugged his head and shouted, remove beautiful wives and concubines. Remove them. The headache stopped abruptly once again. The strange man chuckled coldly. Not bad, not bad. There are still 3 choices. Continue to choose. The headache started again. This time, Yizue made his choice extremely quickly. Remove ability to live as a couple. He had already lost his beautiful wives and concubines. What was the point of keeping this? There were only 2 choices left. He could keep both of them, right? Reality was the cruelest. This kind of choice was practically a kind of torture, because in this illusion he already had everything. It was human nature to not want to lose what one had. Now that he had to give up one choice after another, it was as if he had worked hard for a lifetime only to have no choice but to give up one choice after another. This kind of feeling was as if he was cutting flesh from his own body while he was still alive. It was incomparably painful. There are still 2 choices. Immortality, immortality, and the family clan. Continue to choose. The strange man's laughter was like an owl's. 3, 7. Yizue cried out in pain, prostrating on the ground. Tears and snot flowed down his face. He was in an extremely sorry state, and his consciousness had already become blurry. Immortality was the only great benefit that he kept for himself. But how could he abandon his biological parents? How could he sacrifice them? How should he choose? But if he didn't choose, he would die. He would die miserably. He was already in so much pain now. Was he going to die miserably later as well? It was only at this point that he truly felt the cruelty of the simple choice game. The strange man's voice rang coldly like a soul-pressing bell. Yizue felt that his brain had already reached its limit and would explode in the next moment. His brain was splattered, and he died miserably. The strange man was about to shout 10, when Yizue had already shouted desperately, remove immortality. Ah, he finally cried out in pain. Have you chosen your family clan? You're quite filial. Originally, if you had chosen immortality, it would have saved you a lot of trouble. Now it's time for the additional choice, the last choice. The strange man actually sighed and said, the last choice is your family clan. You have to remove it, because in this choice, you didn't choose your own life. But you do exist. Therefore, you still have to make one last choice. Are you going to sacrifice yourself, or are you going to sacrifice your parents, your closest kin? The 10 count starts now. 1, 2. This time, the counting was obviously slower than before. But at this moment, Yizue was completely stunned. He actually still had to choose. There was clearly only one choice left, and he actually had to abandon it? Between his own parents and himself, how was he going to choose? Yizue howled in agony. If I die, I'll have nothing left. But how can I abandon my parents, thinking of his father's stern face and his earnest teachings, thinking of his mother's white hair and gentle gaze? Yizue suddenly had the urge to commit suicide. How long had it been since he had a good chat with his mother? And how long had it been since he had a good heart-to-heart talk with his father? The two of them created him. Could it be that he actually had to sacrifice them in exchange for his own survival at this juncture? In this illusion, no matter what he lost, it all felt completely real. Yizue had already gone through 8 choices in a row. His heart was already riddled with holes. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and glared. His gaze was cruel and selfish. Occasionally, his face would be filled with admiration as he murmured, "Father!" "Mother." The two expressions alternated back and forth. In between his brows, a ball of black aura suddenly gathered and dissipated. His heart meridian was suddenly filled with demonic aura and suddenly dissipated without a trace, right now. It had already reached the most critical juncture. Outside, that strange man's expression became unusually solemn. Looking at Yizue, his hands were continuously forming complicated seals, producing endless demonic aura and accelerating the erosion of Yizue. As long as Yizue chose himself in the end, he would be completely selfish. Under the influence of such dense demonic aura, his demonic nature would completely erupt and transform into the most complete demonic heart, which would then erupt with the demonic origin. The strange man believed that Yizue would definitely make the right choice. Chapter 1571. Yizue's expression became even more pained. Beads of sweat continuously formed on his forehead and fell to the ground with a thud. The ground was already wet. He didn't even notice that he had long exceeded the 10-count time limit. He was just completely immersed in this choice. If I don't choose, I will die. If I choose father and mother, I will still die. But if I choose myself, father and mother will die. At this moment, Yizue was muttering like a maniac. His gaze became more and more frenzied and his expression more and more intense. That strange man stared intently, a smug smile slowly appearing at the corners of his lips. It's about time. He had seen quite a number of people before, and there was no lack of people with high cultivation. But in the end, without exception, they all chose to be selfish and chose himself. This little one was a cruel and vicious pugilist who killed without batting an eyelid. There would definitely be no accidents as to how he would choose in the final round. He would definitely make the correct choice. At this thought, that strange man's tongue unconsciously hung out and greedily licked his lips. As long as this little one made the choice, the heavenly demon's origin would be formed and he would immediately swallow half of it to make up for the damage to his demonic soul. Although this little one's strength was weak, he could at least make up for 1% of it, right? As long as he continued like this, there would come a day when he would be able to fully recover and even improve. Because in this world, no one could stop him and no one could compete with him for resources. Although this was a garbage dump, he could change qualitatively due to quantity and improve infinitely. When that time came, he would be able to go wherever he wanted to go. At this thought, he accelerated the stimulation of Yi-Zue's soul. Although this action required him to use his origin energy, as long as he succeeded, the benefits would be considerable. This was the only way for the heavenly demons to strengthen themselves since time immemorial. It was also the strongest method. Suddenly, Yizue raised his head abruptly. Blood spurted out of his 7 orifices at the same time. He roared into the sky. Ah! A cruel smugness appeared in the strange man's eyes. He knew that Yizue had already made his final choice. Moreover, the space between Yizue's brows was already filled with black aura. Obviously, he had correctly chosen himself. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any signs of black aura gathering. Humans were indeed selfish. The strange man thought mockingly. His mood relaxed, he removed the seal on his spirit and was about to move forward. However, right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The black aura between Yi-Zue's brows dissipated abruptly. Almost in the blink of an eye, it completely dissipated and disappeared without a trace. The strange man was taken aback. Before he could realize what was going on, Yizue had already bellowed, "My parents cannot die! I can't die! I can't die! You can't die no matter what!" He roared with all his strength, "I'll die! I'll die! I'll die! I'll die!" Ah! The demonic chi in his heart veins and between his eyebrows receded like a tide. The strange man cried out in shock. He felt that his demonic soul had been hit hard by the demonic chi that had suddenly chosen to retreat. He had just relaxed his mind, but now something unexpected had happened. He had just removed the seal on his divine soul and was instantly hit. In a trance, he suffered a great backlash. His vision turned black, and a gurgling sound came from his throat. A mouthful of black blood came out. Fucking hell. How could this be? How could this be? The eccentric was furious. This was definitely not the result that the strange man had hoped for. Ah! Yi Zue roared. The moment he made his final choice, the surrounding demonic chi became chaotic. The strange man had suddenly suffered a backlash, and the demonic formation had turned from stable to chaotic. Yi Zue's mind suddenly regained clarity, and there was only one thing in his mind. I want to go back and see my parents. He suddenly leaped to his feet and shouted, Father! Mother! He spread his legs and ran away. In an instant, he actually broke out of the encirclement of the demonic chi and dashed out of the dense forest at lightning speed. Although his mind was in a mess, he had already run away without a trace. The cooked duck had actually flown away. The duck that had clearly been placed on the table and was about to enter his mouth suddenly came back to life and flew away. The strange man was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Oh, not almost, but he was already vomiting blood. His eyes were filled with inconceivable shock, as well as incredulity that was so intense that it almost solidified. He flew into a rage out of humiliation. Fucking hell, what kind of shitty thing was this? Not only had his plan failed, he had even suffered an inexplicable backlash. In that instant, he couldn't stop the other party from leaving at all and could only watch helplessly as the demonic formation failed and the little one flew away. What the fuck was this? How did this happen? Was this little one still a fledgling demon? This was an unexpected turn of events. This little one actually ran away, and he even had to stay here and vomit blood. Fuck! Fuck! The strange man felt as if his intestines had been twisted into 70 or 80 pieces. Finally, he couldn't help but spit out the most classic curse since time immemorial. Could it be that I've actually seen a ghost today? I was clearly infinitely close to success. Otherwise, I wouldn't have relaxed my mental control and prepared to accept the results, only to unexpectedly suffer from a backlash. The strange man scratched his head, looking depressed. But what the fuck is going on? If it had been someone else, for example, the kind who had always been chivalrous and righteous, if this kind of demonic formation failed, then so be it. There was nothing to say about it. Their natures naturally countered each other, so it was rare for it to succeed. But who was this Yi Zue? He was a fledgling demon who cultivated the heavenly demonic art. Could it be that those who practiced demonic arts in this heavens continent were actually good people? If not, why did it fail? It was really incomprehensible, unreasonable, and unbelievable. Also, not only did the demonic heart transformation ritual fail, he could even break through the demonic formation and run away on his own. With just that little bit of cultivation. How was this possible? This heavenly demon, strange man, felt that his thoughts weren't enough. There were too many impossibilities, even if they did happen. If not for the fact that Yi Zue's cultivation was really insignificant, the strange man would even suspect that Yi Zue was actually the incarnation of some super heavenly demon playing games with him here. This is really fucking amazing. He muttered to himself, this one here can't also be that kind of person, right? After thinking for a while, he still decided to regulate his breathing first. If this also causes a backlash once, no way. This time, I must wait until I've absorbed the origin energy before I release the mental seal. If it fails again, then there's really no justice in this world. After the heavenly demon, strange man, regulated his breathing for a while and recovered slightly, he came to the Dharma Supreme with a very cautious attitude. To be honest, the Dharma Supreme was definitely not the best choice. Yes, the level of the Dharma Supreme's demonic power was much, much higher than Yi Zui's. If he activated his demonic origin, the effect would definitely be much, much greater than Yi Zui's. However, the Dharma Supreme's strength was also much, much higher than Yi Zui's. Therefore, the potential danger was naturally much, much greater than Yi Zui's. However, the Dharma Supreme was already the heavenly demon strange man's last hope, especially at this moment after the Aunt Yi Zui's unexpected counterattack. The heavenly demon strange man's actual strength could be said to be invincible in this world. Usually, it was not much different from playing with the Dharma Supreme. However, the injuries on his body had already exceeded the limits of what an ordinary person could endure. To put it bluntly, his life could be in danger at any moment. If he couldn't get support from the heavenly demon's origin energy, then he could only wait for death in this heavily injured place. The Dharma Supreme had already been waiting for quite some time. Due to the demonic fog, he couldn't hear any movement on the other side and didn't know how Yi Zui was doing at the moment. Although the two sides were very close to each other, he was completely in the dark. This was the characteristic of the higher level heavenly demon demonic power. Even if the heavenly demon strange man's life was in danger and could even die at any time, the heavenly demon's special ability he was using could still completely block the Dharma Supreme senses. The temporary relative difference in reality couldn't exceed the absolute difference in instincts. The Dharma Supreme's determination was not something Yi Zui could compare to. He didn't care what would happen to Yi Zui. He only persisted in his own choice. Until the last step, when he heard the heavenly demon, strange man's, voice again, the Dharma Supreme opened his eyes slightly. After listening to the rules of the game, the Dharma Supreme's expression changed slightly. This new rule of the game seemed to be within his expectations, but also beyond his expectations. However, the Dharma Supreme still accepted this test calmly. The first to be eliminated, unsurprisingly, was his beautiful wife and concubines. Beautiful wife and concubines are at most a pastime in life. Women are just playthings, pure playthings. If one blocks the other pleasures of life because of women, then one is just a fool. This was the reason for the Dharma Supreme's choice. When he chose to abandon them, he didn't even feel the slightest bit of pain. He made his choice cleanly and neatly. For the second, he gave up on all living beings in the world. For the third, he gave up on commanding the world. From the fourth, the Dharma Supreme finally started to struggle and suffer, just like Yi Zui, because what was left was a strong body, invincible in the world, immortality, supremacy, parents and family, brothers of life and death. No matter which one it was, he didn't want to give it up. The pain that the Dharma Supreme suffered was not inferior to Yi Zui's. Although his cultivation and temperament couldn't be compared to Yi Zui's, this game's punishment was in the illusory realm of the Great Array and targeted his soul and spirit, not his cultivation level. If not for this, with the heavenly demon strange man's current strength, he would have to pay a price to inflict such pain on the Dharma Supreme. Although endless pain was on him, the Dharma Supreme didn't even groan in pain. Even though his mind felt like it was shattering and thousands of needles were piercing him, he didn't make a single sound. Even his face didn't show any signs of malevolence. He was just in so much pain that he was sweating profusely. As time went on, the pain that the Dharma Supreme suffered became more and more severe, gradually exceeding the limit that Yi Zui had previously endured. However, the Dharma Supreme was still able to hold on. This was because his endurance benefited from his temperament and cultivation and was incomparable to Yi Zui's. The greater the pain, the calmer the Dharma Supreme's expression became. After making his choice, if he succeeded, he would have the body of the heavenly demon and be invincible in the world. If he didn't, he would be reduced to ashes. What was success? Chapter 1572. The almost endless stabbing pain in his mind made the Dharma Supreme feel like he was better off dead. However, his brain was still operating clearly, pondering and considering, making a clear choice to give up. Only with a strong body can I be invincible in the world. Only with invincible in the world can I be the best in the world. Only after I am the best in the world can I think about the problem of immortality. Only after everything is perfect can I take care of my family and my brothers. If one's self is perfect, too much consideration is nothing more than an act of worrying oneself over nothing. It seems like family and brothers are the most unnecessary. No, I am supreme and invincible. What is my ultimate goal? What is it for? Therefore, family and brothers cannot be abandoned. The Dharma Supreme was sweating profusely, still struggling and resisting. The heavenly demon, strange, being observed calmly. He had completely lost the confidence to win and was just purely operating the demonic array. Were the people in this world crazy? The ant-like fledgling devil just now was already very unexpected. This one, with a higher cultivation level in front of him, did he not feel pain? Even in the Heaven Palace, there were not many people who could resist this level of pain. What kind of world was this? The only thing that supported the heavenly demon strange being was that the Dharma Supreme was still making a choice, still continuing this game. Remove I am supreme. The Dharma Supreme's eyes were as cold as snow as he finally made a decision. The heavenly demon, strange, being breathed a sigh of relief. He was really terrified now and did not dare to talk nonsense. He hurried on with the fifth item, bitterness rising in his heart. Could it be that the people in this world and the Heaven Palace are actually different species, just looking similar? He should have been the first to give up his brothers. In this case, am I going to face failure again? Then I get rid of immortality. Remove invincibility. Now, there were only 3 items left. A strong body, family and brothers. The Dharma Supreme's steady breathing finally became heavy. He had chosen here, but he was almost at his limit. He hesitated even longer. Finally, he said hoarsely, remove a strong body. I only keep my family and brothers. I request to keep these 2 items. No more choices. No, I have to make another choice. The heavenly fiend eccentric didn't relax at all. He only felt more and more dejected and disappointed. At this moment, he just wanted to end this embarrassing game as soon as possible. This game that he had been leading and dominating had actually escaped his control again and again. Get rid of the parent clan. The Dharma Supreme closed his eyes. Ever since he had returned to this world, it could be said that he had never cared about his family and loved ones. He had always thought that they were just decorations for his successful life. But when he gave up at this moment, he realized that he had actually put these things at the end of his choice. They were actually more important than his body, strength, and perfection. In the end, when he had to give up, he still felt like his heart was being cut by a knife. His heart seemed to shatter in an instant. However, he never chose to abandon his sworn brother. I've already betrayed you once. I have already abandoned all of you once. This time, no matter what, I will never abandon all of you. Never. Before the Dharma Supreme's eyes, the faces of these brothers seemed to appear one by one, even though tens of thousands of years had passed, each and every one of them, but they were still so fresh in his memory. I'm sorry. The Dharma Supreme lowered his head sadly. I'm sorry. Brothers, I let all of you down back then. It's my fault. But this time I've made a new choice. I've finally left all of you at the end, to let all of you accompany me forever. If things could be redone, we would definitely be able to. Live and die together, we would definitely be able to. Live and die together. The Dharma Supreme's eyes were brimming with tears. It's a pity that choices can be made, but life can't be redone. Finally, there's still one last choice. The voice of the heavenly demon strange being rang coldly, with a strong murderous intent. If the Dharma Supreme still made the same choice as Yi Zue in the last choice, then the heavenly demon strange being would choose to kill the Dharma Supreme without hesitation. Even if it was beyond his power, he would still go all out, even if it meant perishing together with the Dharma Supreme in the end. because there was basically no hope for him anymore. Since that was the case, he might as well let this guy die with him. Last choice? What else is there to choose? The Dharma Supreme, who had always been calm and collected, suddenly flew into a rage. I'm only left with my sworn brother. If I abandon him again, I'll really have nothing left. There's only one option. How do I make a choice? Are you messing with me? No. How can you have nothing left? Don't you still have your life? The heavenly demon's strange being's cold voice seemed to be devoid of any emotion. He said slowly and cruelly, "Last choice, do you want your life? Or do you want your brother's lives?" Last choice, you have to make a choice. The Dharma Supreme's vision turned black. Suddenly, he let out a loud roar and spat out a mouthful of blood. The earlier choices had always been easy for him. Even if he had hesitated, once he made a choice, he was still resolute. However, when it came to the last option, the Dharma Supreme suddenly had a feeling of rebirth of life and turning back time. It was as if he had returned to the heaven-mending cave. His brothers were about to be thrown in by that person. Yet he was considering, should I deceive my brothers and borrow their soul energy to let myself live? Or should I let everyone die together? Or should I sacrifice my own soul energy and distribute it to my brothers so that they have a higher chance of survival? He was still feeling gratified that he didn't betray them this time. But he didn't expect that the next moment he would once again be faced with the cruelest and most difficult choice. Thinking of the gratification just now, facing the choice now, the Dharma Supreme laughed mockingly. Was he hesitating? Was there a need for him to hesitate? He had to admit that this choice really came at a goddamn good time. This was really a fucking wonderful irony. Choice. This is the last choice. The heavenly demon, strange, being laughed sinisterly. Once you make your choice, you will be completely free and free. There won't be any more choices. The Dharma Supreme's entire body started to tremble. All along, he had always avoided the word brothers. He had always avoided any contact or even any memories. When he saw the option of life and death brothers in the big choice this time, he almost instinctively chose to reject it and not choose this option. However, when he reached the end of the selection process and chose the 8th option, he still subconsciously chose this option. At that time, he had secretly observed his surroundings for a long time before he finally chose this option. It was a subtle feeling of being a thief. Whether it was intentional or not, subconsciously or not, he had ultimately chosen it. Since he had chosen it, then so be it. He could have given it up that day. Would he give it up now because he couldn't? What a joke! However, no one knew. When he chose life and death brothers as his all, he was actually so excited and throbbing in his heart. Now he actually had to face giving up again. He had to face betrayal again. He had to face abandonment again. The Dharma Supreme started to tremble violently. His eyes were already somewhat dazed. After a long time, he suddenly covered his face with his hands. Now he felt that he had once again returned to the front of the heaven-mending cave. He had truly returned. His brothers were all beside him at this moment. He was facing the imminent crisis of death. What should he do? What should he do? He was no longer Dongfang Badeo, nor the Dharma Supreme, but Diwu Cho-Chang. Back then, he was one of the Tribulations think tank who worked together with this brother to conquer the world. He, who was once the smartest, had now lost all his cultivation and was imprisoned in this absolute place. And the one who imprisoned him, it was this brother's most respected big brother. It turned out that he had other plans. It turned out that he had been using his brothers all along. Everyone was angry. They were wronged. They were confused, and they were in despair. His brothers all looked at him with eyes full of trust. Cho-Chang, you clicked on the most. You are the smartest. But is there any other way? Death is nothing. But to die in such an aggrieved manner, where is the justice? Is there any other way? Diwu, Cho-Chang laughed bitterly in his heart. How well did Big Brother understand people like us? Since he had done such a thing now, how could he not have considered our reactions? As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he also wouldn't gather them together. If he dared to do so, it meant that no matter what, we would not be able to escape from his grasp. We would definitely die. Perhaps there is still a chance. There is only this one chance, a chance to seek justice. I cannot make any guarantees. Diwu Cho-chang said in a trembling voice. What chance? Tell us, tell us. The brothers were energized. That person said that after we died, the power of our spirits would be used by him to mend the sky. By then, one of us would definitely enter a cave, and there would be a total of the center of the cave. That Diwu Cho-chang muttered absent-mindedly. He was trying his best to restrain himself. Don't betray us again. Don't abandon us again. At this point, the expression on his face was extremely painful. He could not help but stop. However, the brothers urged him anxiously. Hurry up! There is not much time left. He will come back at any time. Yes, the sooner the better. Cho-chang, tell us quickly. We all believe you. You have always been the most intelligent among us. We want justice. No matter how slim the chance is, it is good. Diwu Cho-chang's whole body was trembling. He was struggling fiercely in his heart. Justice? Where can I go to seek justice? I don't even want that chance. Should I just die here? Die together? Then no one would have to feel guilty. No one would have to betray us, or should I destroy my own divine soul and share my energy with my brothers? No matter whether they can get out alive or not, no matter if there is a chance or not, I have not let my brothers down. At least they don't have to struggle anymore. But in this way, I will really have nothing. My foundation, my great ambitions. I still have a belly full of grand plans. I still have countless goals in life. I have endless wisdom. But I will have nothing. I can do things that none of them can do. But if I die like this. Chapter 1573. When the Dharma Supreme thought of this, his vision suddenly turned dark and his head started to hurt intensely. The pain this time was as if he was being sliced into pieces, surpassing all the cruel punishments that came at him together. It was as if he was in the 18 levels of hell, where all kinds of punishment methods came at him at the same time. Ah! The Dharma Supreme held his head with both hands and roared at the sky. His expression was ferocious, no longer as calm as before. He roared continuously. He had been very calm and composed all along. But the agitation at this moment was much more painful and intense than Yi Zue's earlier. Make your choice quickly. If you don't, you will lose the chance to choose. The heavenly demon Eccentric's low voice rang out. I choose. The Dharma Supreme panted heavily. His whole body was sweating profusely, and he was on the verge of collapsing. Quick! If you don't choose, we will die together. The Dharma Supreme tore at his own hair in pain and finally gave up. His whole body went limp as if there were no bones in it. His eyes were lifeless. I'm sorry, since he had already betrayed them once. Then, what's wrong with betraying them again? I persevered this time and didn't betray them, but will they forgive me just like that? We are all people who are not allowed to have flaws. As long as there is once, there will always be a not. The Dharma Supreme smiled bitterly, but 2 drops of tears slowly fell from the corners of his eyes. I didn't expect that when I had a chance to restart my life and let you choose again, I would still choose to betray you. I still don't want to die. I really just don't want to die. Can you all forgive me? I choose to, live on by myself. The Dharma Supreme's eyes widened, his consciousness completely broken down. He stared blankly at the sky, as if there were still 8 brothers looking at him. The innermost one injects the power of the spirit to give that one a chance to live. After a series of painful struggles, the Dharma Supreme finally repeated the choice he had made back then. If they had all died that time, it would have been fine. But if one of them wanted to go out and seek justice, it would be the same for any one of them. But the Dharma Supreme still chose himself. This could have allowed the other brothers to accept this chance of survival. But he didn't. This was where his pain lay. This time he was worried. Even if he had repented, he had been stubborn for 30,000 years. How could his brother forgive him? Since I can't forgive him, then what's the point of persevering? Since he had already been sentenced, there was no turning back. After making this choice, the Dharma Supreme felt as if his soul had been sucked out of his body. He fell limply to the ground. Then, a surge of pure heavenly demonic energy surged into his mind and into his heart meridians. With a loud boom, the Dharma Supreme could only feel himself suddenly shattering into thousands of pieces. He fell to the ground with a thud and lost all consciousness. A ball of extremely dense black chi quickly formed between his eyebrows. That ball of black chi was even darker than the night. Finally, it transformed into a shiny black seed. It slowly emerged from his forehead and floated in the air. Heavenly Devil's origin. Unexpectedly, he actually succeeded. The heavenly fiend eccentric, who had originally wanted to drag others down with him, stared at the heavenly fiend origin that had just been formed. His eyes and mouth were wide open, and his face was filled with disbelief. I really didn't think that I would succeed this time. Even at the last moment, it was already a failure. But he actually succeeded. This was too unexpected. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief before he finally believed that this was actually true. He couldn't wait to reach out and split that shiny black object into two. Half of it immediately dissipated into a thick black smoke that was shiny and black. He took a deep breath, and the black smoke was like a river converging. It gushed into his mouth like a fountain. With a wave of his hand, a gust of black chi was sent out. He urged the remaining half back into the Dharma Supreme's body. With a swoosh, it entered the Dharma Supreme's forehead and disappeared without a trace. At this moment, the Dharma Supreme was still unconscious and was completely unaware of all these changes. Finally, one succeeded. Demon Venerable above, thank you for your grace that there are still heavenly fiends on this forsaken continent. Otherwise, this unfilial grandson of mine would have died mysteriously in this low-level plane. The heavenly fiend eccentric prostrated himself on the ground, so emotional that his eyes were brimming with hot tears. After absorbing that little bit of heavenly fiend origin energy, his body seemed to have improved considerably. At least it was no longer as easy to die as before. Now that I have absorbed the first heavenly fiend origin energy, I can be considered to have some capital again. I can finally try to target ordinary martial artists. The heavenly fiend eccentric muttered to himself, if I only target people who practice demonic arts, the amount is too little and can only be found by chance. But now I have more or less accumulated some. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to develop and grow stronger. He lifted the Dharma Supreme's body and floated into the depths of the forest. This fellow won't die, but he will only wake up after half a month. By then he will be a genuine beginner heavenly fiend. My body won't be able to fully recover in a short period of time, so I can only rely on him. The 1 million people I killed previously was enough to set up 15 demonic arrays. After I absorb a few more people, I will go and kill another batch. If I do that, it won't be just 1 million. I will need at least 3 million to barely be enough. The people in this plane are really trash. If I can awaken the demonic heart, I will be able to spread my demonic nature. There will be no kindness in this world. Everyone will be a demon. The Demon Venerable's words are simply too reasonable. Bah! Which of the Demon Venerable's words is not reasonable? Just as the Dharma Supreme and Yizue were accepting the selection of demonic arrays in the forest, Chu Yang and the rest of the 12 people were rushing toward the forest without stopping. Where the city of fairies was, where the 8th fragment of the Calamity Sword was, there was no time to lose. The heavenly fiend's descent had been confirmed. If everyone's strength couldn't be raised, then what awaited them would really be death. Therefore, everyone was burning with anxiety. It was just that no one would have thought that the place was also where the devil was. Nothing could be more coincidental than this. Along the way, Chu Yang and Dukyu were still at loggerheads, bargaining with each other nonstop. A certain king of hell who was full of wisdom seemed to have gained the upper hand. "No way! If I find it, I will definitely bring it away. There is no room for negotiation." "How can that be?" "Chuyang, humans should be content with what they have and not be too greedy." "Why not?" "This is already my bottom line. If you find it difficult, I don't mind backing out. I won't go to the city of fairies with you." "You. How about it?" You win." "And that?" "I want it too. I want it all. If you find it difficult, tell me. I will back out, and you won't have to be troubled. It's simple." Hiss. Every time there was a bargaining dispute, as long as Chuyang used his trump card. "Back out." "I won't go to the city of fairies. I won't help you." "Duke, you would definitely be defeated by this threat." He would retreat immediately. The two quarreled and bargained along the way, refusing to budge an inch and spitting saliva everywhere. In this kind of situation, the brothers naturally sided with Chuyang. Duke Yu was even more alone. Every time, he would be angered to death. After losing, he would sign an agreement and leave hatefully, hiss and hiss. But not long after, Chuyang would think of a new condition and immediately start extorting again. Thus the cycle repeated. It was unknown if it was because a certain Dukyu had gone too far in extorting people in the past 3 days that the heavens couldn't stand it anymore and sent a certain king of hell to punish him. In short, a certain Dukyu was extorted to death by a certain king of hell, but he couldn't stop even if he wanted to. King of Hell Chu took advantage of the situation and pursued the enemy. The brothers beat the enemy when he was down. These days, Duke Yu was suffering every day. Mo Ching Wu and Mo Lei were puzzled by this and were very puzzled. Seeing that Mo Tianji and the others didn't stop him, the two women finally couldn't help but whisper to each other, "Something seems wrong." Although Mo Ching Wu was exceptionally smart, she was also a little confused now. "So you also noticed it. Something is indeed wrong." Mo Lei also frowned and said, "Although Duke Yu isn't one of the Tribulation Brothers, he's at least a very good friend of ours. Furthermore, he's helped the few of them many times before. Bargaining and extortion like this for a friend is a little too much. Not to mention anything else. Just the last time he barged into the Allied forces alone and attracted the attention of a large number of experts. That was a huge risk. Thinking about it now, I still feel scared. If it were me, not to mention going, just talking about it makes me nervous. Just based on this, Boss Chu really shouldn't be so calculative, yes." Mo Ching Wu nodded her little head repeatedly. "I also can't understand this matter. Chu Yang isn't that kind of person. Why is he so calculative? If it's just once or twice, it's fine. Everyone can laugh and joke around, and it'll be over. But it's repeated extortion. Isn't it a little heartless? It seems a little unkind." Mo Layer frowned. "Why is it like this? I also don't understand the reason why Chu Yang is doing this. Could it be that he has some difficulties? Why don't we ask my second brother? He might know the reason." Mo Ching Wu said, "Don't let them play around too much and hurt the hearts of friends. That would be really hard to make up for. The gains don't make up for the losses." Mo Lei deeply agreed. The two women were both intelligent people. They didn't act rashly and put this matter aside for the time being. Chu Yang and his brothers were still having a war of words with Duke Yu when they set up camp that night. It seemed as if they were addicted to this game. It seemed as if they wouldn't give up until they had thoroughly dug out all of this guy's resources and took advantage of him as much as possible. But Mo Ching Wu quietly pulled Mo Tianji out. Chapter 1574. Mo Lei also followed. She was slightly dissatisfied. She was prepared to give Mo Tianji a stern warning if he couldn't give her a satisfactory explanation. As a woman behind a man, she had to speak up when it was time. After all, these brothers had been through so much to reach this point. It would be a pity if there was any misunderstanding that led to a knot in each other's hearts. "What's the matter?" Mo Tianji, who was originally deep in thought, was suddenly pulled out of the crowd by his sister and into a private room. He couldn't help but be confused. What was his little sister doing? "She'll lower your voice." Mo Ching Wu put a finger to her lips and whispered, "Let's first set up a supreme martial artist force field to block out the sound. It won't be easy for others to hear what we're about to say." Mo Lei Er agreed with this. If Duke Yu heard this, even if he didn't think much about it before, he would think much about it now. Then the two of them would be doing bad things with good intentions. The supreme martial artist force field was quickly completed. "What's going on? Why are you making it so mysterious?" Mo Tianji scratched his head in confusion. He asked in confusion, "What's going on? Why are you still asking? I thought that second brother was a steady person. It turns out that you're also so frivolous. You've led Chu Yang astray." Mo Ching whispered, "Second brother, don't you feel that you've been a little too much recently?" "I've led Chu Yang astray? We've been too much. What do you mean?" Mo Tianji tilted his head. It seemed that he was implicated again. Did Chu Yang do something bad? But these days, Chu Yang spent most of his time with his brothers. There was nothing unusual. As for me leading Chu Yang astray, this sentence was really incomprehensible. It was clearly Chu Yang who was slowly leading me to change. Mo Ching Wu and Mo Lei Er stood together. Mo Ching Wu said bluntly, "You're still saying that you're stirring up trouble, especially Chu Yang. He's too much. Second brother must have instructed him to do this." "Chu Yang is too much? I instructed him to do this? What did he do?" Mo Tianji's expression became more and more strange. Are you referring to the bargaining and extortion with Duke Yu these days? So you know." Mo Lei heaved a sigh of relief. "You knew, yet you didn't say anything to stop it. Could it be that you really planned this?" Mo Ching Wu stared at her second brother as if she was looking at a schemer. Could it be that the two of you think that Chu Yang has let down his friends by doing this? Is it excessive?" Mo Tianji's expression became even more strange. "Do you think that? Duke Yu is definitely not an enemy. In fact, he's a very close friend of ours. He's even helped us a lot along the way. Isn't it inappropriate for us to scheme against him like this?" "Yes, that's right." The two girls nodded their heads fiercely. They shouldn't have done that. Mo Tianji's words were indeed the most important thing. Mo Tianji let out a long sigh of relief. "I thought it was something important. So it was because of this. You guys, isn't this a big deal?" Mo Ching Wu said cautiously, "Second brother, don't hurt a friend's heart." Mo Tianji found it funny and shook his head. I only realized today that the way men and women think is different." "Men and women think differently? What do you mean by that?" Hearing this, Mo Ching Wu and Mo Lei Er were a little depressed. This Mo Tianji, what nonsense is he talking about? "Brother Mo, what do you mean? Please be specific. Let us understand." As a black devil, Mo Lei Er was not below Brother Jie in terms of martial arts knowledge, intelligence, and experience in the martial world. She had always boasted that she was not inferior to men. Now that she heard Mo Tianji's words, she couldn't help but feel a little unhappy. "Don't misunderstand. I understand what you mean." Mo Tianji smiled, and with a hint of ridicule he said, "The two of you are worried that Duke Yu is really angry because of the repeated extortions, and Chu Yang's actions are suspicious of taking advantage of the situation. Furthermore, he's taking advantage of a friend's situation. His methods are a little despicable, right?" The two girls didn't say anything. It was obvious that they agreed. That was indeed what they thought. Was that not the case? Logically speaking, your thoughts aren't wrong. But have you noticed that after being extorted by Chu Yang for so long, Duke Yu couldn't take it anymore and retreated in grievance, right? But have you noticed one thing? Duke Yu lost every time, but he fought every time. It can be said that he lost every battle, but he fought every time. Every time he said that he couldn't take it anymore. But after so many times, have you seen him really unable to take it? Is Duke Yu of the three heavens someone who only knows how to show off? Mo Tianji smiled. Duke Yu is proud and arrogant. He won't easily lower his head to others. With Duke Yu's temper, why would he give in time and time again for an external object? Logically speaking, he should have left after this one time. He should have long given up on the city of fairies and fled far away. But in reality, he has already done this more than 10 times. Why is he still here? Mo Qingwu and Mo Lei looked at each other. Yes, why? Mo Tianji smiled mysteriously. It's very simple. If you can't understand from looking at Duke Yu, you can analyze from the other side. Everyone knows that Chu Yang is definitely not a heartless person. But this time, he's very different from his usual self. He's trying to take advantage of others and would rather die than suffer a loss. Not only is he very different from his usual self, he's also relentless and relentless. Why? Is Chu Yang really such a despicable person who forgets righteousness at the sight of profit? How is that possible? Second brother, don't talk nonsense. Chu Yang must have his reasons for doing so. There must be an important reason. Mo Qingwu refuted immediately. Yes, you know that it's impossible. But why don't you think about why he would still do that? Mo Qingwu blinked, but she was confused. Yes, Duke Yu wasn't such a person. Chu Yang wasn't such a person either. But why did such a thing happen? Mo Lei was also thinking. Gu Duxing isn't a fool. Ao Xiayin and Xia Danqiong aren't either. Dong Wushang isn't either. GMO and Luo Kadi look carefree, but they can see this matter clearly. That's why they didn't come out to stop it. Instead, they added fuel to the fire. Why? Mo Tianji asked. When he asked, his eyes were only looking at Mo Qingwu. He wanted his sister to learn some things. As for Mo Lei, that was Dong Wushang's responsibility. It didn't seem to have much to do with him. It wasn't good to overstep his boundaries, especially when the other party was his brother's woman. Mo Qingwu blinked in confusion. She tilted her head and fell into deep thought. Yes, why? Why? Mo Tianji smiled bitterly and looked at Mo Lei. Seeing that she was also confused, he couldn't help but understand. Men and women are indeed different. My sister is like that, and the black demon is like that too. No matter how smart a woman is, she won't be able to understand a real man. Just like how even the most amazing man in the world wouldn't be able to fully understand any woman's psychological changes. It's the same principle. I'll say it in more detail. Have you all noticed that Duke Yu had been blackmailed by Chu Yang many times? In fact, he had asked for it himself. In other words, he had delivered it to his doorstep. Mo Tianji could only remind her further. For example, yesterday morning, Duke Yu said something in anger. That sentence was, "Since you're going overboard, you can take whatever you want from the city of fairies. But if there's the holy fruit of the fairies, you definitely can't touch it. Isn't that right? Is there such a sentence?" Yes, there is. Mo Qingwu nodded her little head. Duke Yu then said that he misspoke. What kind of person is Duke Yu? He might not have misspoken even once in his life. Why would he misspeak at such a critical moment when he's being blackmailed? Mo Tianji snorted. Huh. Mo Qingwu frowned. Especially after Duke Yu misspoke, Chu Yang immediately started to take advantage of the situation and started to blackmail the holy fruit of the fairies that was specially told not to touch. Yes, there was such a thing. Chu Yang is really too much. He already said not to touch it. Why did he? Does this have anything to do with what you said? Could it be? Mo Qingwu and Mo Lei were both completely confused. Thinking about it this way, it seemed like one was willing to take the hit and the other was willing to take the hit. Both of them were doing it on purpose. The so-called not to touch it was just a hint? Forget it, don't worry about it. Let me explain it to you in detail. Mo Tianji sighed. I really don't understand. Even Dong Wushang can understand the essence of this problem. Why are you two super smart women stuck in a dead end and unable to come out? Mo Lair frowned and was about to fly into a rage. What do you mean by even Dong Wushang could understand it? Mo Tianji, what do you mean? Dong Wushang isn't as good as you. If you can understand it, how can he not? Mo Lair was furious. It's fine if you're talking about me, but you're talking about my man? According to Mo Tianji's words, isn't that saying that the man I like is the stupidest? Mo Tianji's face contorted and he was in great pain. He definitely couldn't answer this question. Once he did, he would be waiting for a thunderbolt from the clear sky and a storm. He had to endure it. After rubbing his temples for a long time, he finally decided to avoid the topic. He explained directly, Duke Yu's identity is no longer a secret to us. He's a fairy, possibly the last fairy and the only fairy in the world. Duke Yu's current actions and his ultimate goal in life are also very obvious. In this life, he doesn't want to rush up to the heavenly imperial court. He doesn't even want to participate in the battles of the mortal world. He only wants to accompany Jun Lulu and live a carefree life in the heavenly imperial court. Isn't this hard to understand? Mo Qingwu and Mo Lei Air nodded. Indeed, Duke Yu had always had this tendency. Including the restoration of the City of Fairies this time, it was only driven by the will of the ancestors and the mission of the race. It wasn't his true intention. And this point was made clear when he first met Chu Yang.